connect with this team before. Very pleased to help coordinate the group. Why don't we go around to a round of introductions, and we'll hear some updates on the agenda for the meeting. We'll get started. So, Christy, would you start us out? Let's go around. Oh, Christy, we probably need to use our mic. I didn't model that very well, but
and there's a button on the green light.
Christy Hovanet, Senior Policy Fellow from the Foundation for Excellence in Education, based out of Tallahassee, Florida. Previous to that, I was an assistant commissioner in the state of Minnesota and also a deputy commissioner in the state of Florida, mainly working around assessment and accountability issues. Had the pleasure of working in Mississippi since 2012, and look forward to continuing the work on accountability.
I'm Glenn East. Let's see, grandfather, Rotarian, superintendent, state board. So I think I'm here at state board capacity today. Glad to meet y'all.
Renee Lamastis, I'm a principal at Hayes Cooper Center in Marigold. I'm inadequate listening to all these introductions. I'm there in the field.
Jermaine Brown, Hattiesburg Public Schools Director of College and Career Readiness. Robert Sanders, Assistant Superintendent in the Hinds County School District.
LaVonda White, Director of Accountability, Accreditation, and Assessment for the Rankin County School District.
Yeah. Ryan Kirkendall, Director of Accountability and Research, DeSoto County Schools. I'm the LEA Mississippi Rep on the National Forum of Education.
Rick Mazat, Madison County Schools, Director of Research and Development.
I'm Alan Burrow, Executive Director of District and School Performance at MDE.
Brett, I'm the principal at School Middle School in Lee County.
Paula Vanderford, Chief Accountability.
Alicia Connolly, Principal at Monticello Elementary School, Board of Directors of Professional Educators, and President-elect of National Science Teaching Association.
Crystal Bates, Curriculum and Data.
Tamika Highland, Principal of Vicksburg High School.
Lawrence Hudson, Superintendent of Western Line School District.
Bradley Robertson, Superintendent of the Oxford School District.
Latoya Blackshear, Director of Planning and Evaluation, Jackson Public Schools.
Great. Well, thank you all for being here. We're also pleased to have State Superintendent Dr. Taylor here, and I'm hoping that you'll share some remarks with us. So, Dr. Taylor, we'd love to pass the baton to you.
Absolutely. Thank you for the opportunity. I want to say, first of all, I am just elated to be back in the state of Mississippi. I know that many people have asked, if you're from here, North Carolina, and I've spent the last 30 years there, but I was born and raised. It's just so wonderful to be back. I've spent the last several weeks traveling around the state, visiting districts, and really getting a feel for the state again and how things are done here in Mississippi. I can tell you that we are a beacon of conservation. I think everybody appreciates that. I'm just so appreciative to lead those efforts. I particularly want to thank you guys for the work that you're doing with the Accountability Task Force. I know you guys know how very important this work is. People are looking very closely at the recommendations that will come from here. I think across this country, we're trying to figure out now what are those other things that we can include to be a part of an accountability system that really measures schools accurately. And so that is the work that you have before you. There are going to be so many different opinions. I know you guys are going to have people that talk to you about what they think should be coming out of the accountability system. The one thing that I can say is that we do have a system currently that really gives every school a really good opportunity to show what their kids are doing, particularly the parental piece. And so we know that's so very important in terms of where kids are, and that schools have the ability to grow children. But we also know that efficiency is the watchword, and we need to make sure that we keep that as a part of any accountability system that we do. But the big work, of course, is what are those additional things that we should include? Should it be attendance or whatever those things would be? So that is the tough part that you have. I really look forward to what comes out of the recommendations, and we as the department and the state will make sure that we have an accountability system that really enhances what we do and takes those steps to improve that work. So do recognize that people will be looking at Mississippi, and you'll be looking at you guys as well. But just thank you for the opportunity to come and address the commission. And I'll be here, address the task force. I'll be here for a little bit, and the chief will usher me off because we have a full day today. Thank you for the work that you're doing, and certainly thanks for the opportunity to bring some remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Tether. I'm very glad you're here, and thank you for your important introductory words. Let me just briefly go over the agenda. We'll display it when we can. In a moment, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Burrow or Dr. Anderson if they have any further updates from the department. And then we'll transition to talking about some revisions to business rules. And that will take us to our morning break. Then this meeting has a little different character than maybe some of our other meetings. We really are trying to create more of a space to discuss, brainstorm, and workshop ideas, consistent with Dr. Taylor's charge to really explore what innovations or revisions or changes might be appropriate and why. Those who are veteran members of the task force will know we always like to approach that in a very principled way. We want to understand deeply what our primary purposes and uses are. We want to explore solutions that support those in rational and defensible ways. So we're going to do that. The topic we're calling Beyond Academics will really pressure test our thinking about a broad range of indicators and go beyond academic performance. That'll take us to lunch. I actually think that one could go a little longer. We'd like to give it space to go longer if it needs to. And then after lunch, we'll talk about growth and talk about whether or not there are some changes or adjustments to academic growth that might be appropriate. So we might exercise to elicit feedback. We'll talk about what the group's recommendations are. And what that does is it really helps us plan and analyze and bring you back targeted information that supports the priorities of this group. So we don't want to just go on a fishing expedition. Be like this, be like this. We want to say, oh, we've got a principled view about how we move forward. And once we can coalesce on an idea, then we know we're spending our resources on the things that matter the most. And then our second topic for the afternoon is attendance or absenteeism. Very frankly, we're going to ask, should we make space for that model and why? And we'll talk about some considerations that went into that decision. And we will end, as we always do, with giving you an opportunity to help us identify topics we should prioritize for future meetings. Hopefully you see in this agenda many of the topics that came up in our last meeting that you said were a priority, and we want to honor your recommendations and explore those. So, and we will adjourn by 4 o'clock. We will not keep you late. So thank you again for being here. We do hope we get the presentation. Dr. Benfer, I will turn it over to either or both of you. Do you have updates from the department?
I do not have any updates at this time. Alan may have something that he wants to share. I just want to thank you for being here and your participation. I'm just so excited that we're back face-to-face. Those virtual meetings are very difficult, particularly when we are having discussions around topics such as these. So we do thank you for your time and effort.
Well, I'm primarily focused on technology struggles this morning. I'm trying to figure out a way to get a presentation. But I am, like Dr. Anderson said, glad that we can be here face-to-face in the room. It's the first time since the beginning of the pandemic that we've been able to do this. So I'm very happy. It's just so much more enriching to have everybody here and be able to collaborate with you. So we'll do our best with technology, and I have gotten word that we are not going to get a screen come down there. So we've got one over there, and I have sent an email link to everybody in the room to join a Teams meeting where you can view the presentation if you've got Wi-Fi connection. Do we have Wi-Fi connection in the room? that's working.
Could I ask a simple question? What would happen if we put a projector on the wall? Would we get any kind of image quality? If you'll give me about 5 minutes, I'll try to put this in a format where you can go to you can look at it. So thank you for being patient.
Continuing with MDE updates, another thing I'd like to tell everybody is we're looking forward to moving back into Central High School, where we'll actually have a boardroom that we can meet in and use our own technology. So we're slated to do that. We're still looking at April 8th. So. All right, Kelly, I have just emailed you a link, which, if it works, will take you to this one. Put them in Google Fonts, a form that's worksheet font, but I think purple is still written. So it looks okay.
No, it's not that. No, not that cool. Yeah. That's cool. Sure. Maybe it's looking good.
I don't know if we can put that.
It turns. Yeah.
It took a while, but
Oh, you got it on.
yeah, it took about 4 minutes.
Oh, okay. So he was actually for a while. They were. Okay.
And if you're on that side, you can see the projector up there.
Team meeting, I don't have to use.
Okay, good. Okay, once you get online, Bob, hopefully you'll be able to click on the link that I just emailed you, and that should open up the line. I'm just looking around to see if you got someone doing. Oh, some yet, some.
Okay, we're both.
Okay, so go ahead and get started. Our first item on the agenda, which is revisions to the business rules, this is something I was going to mention anyway during updates. We're not anticipating any changes to accountability this year, but we do have some revisions to business rules that will. Do you want to go with the ground rules?
Thank you. Yeah, Alan reminded me we should take a moment to acknowledge as that's been our tradition, purpose of the committee and the ground rules. Hopefully it's familiar to folks. But as you know, our purpose is to help the department make good decisions about the design and implementation of the state accountability system. As a signal, we focus on policy priorities and identifying decisions that support those priorities, and then that feedback is a recommendation to the department. We know that we're one source of influence among many in helping the department inform their decision making. We also have a great tradition of interacting in very diplomatic, respectful ways. I appreciate that. We've established some ground rules. We know that we won't always agree. It's important stuff, and there's a range of viewpoints. But we ask attentively, don't hesitate to ask clarifying questions. This format, we hope, is friendly to that. We want everybody to have an opportunity to be heard without interruption, to receive courteous feedback, to critique ideas, not organizations. And we do try to work on consensus. We try to build and work towards a shared understanding. It's not typically been our tradition to operate in a Robert's Rules of Order format or votes. We have occasionally taken votes, and we will take votes when we need to, but our preference is to see if we can coalesce and share understandings and build on that consensus recommendation. It'll always be our first preference whenever we can reach that point. If we do have reach a place where we can't have we don't have a consensus view, then we'll just make sure that we document both viewpoints are, so that policymakers will have an opportunity to see the range of perspectives on the issue. These are public meetings, so if there's anything here that's confidential, and probably take that bullet off the slide. And as I mentioned before, we will prioritize topics for future meetings at the end. So thanks, Alan, for reminding me to cover some of that introductory material. Try to back up things.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so as I was saying, we're not looking at any changes to accountability this year, but we do have business to business rules, which is a normal process. Each year we have a new edition of accountability standards that get published, and those are all easily referenced on the website. So these are some revisions that we're looking at to clarify business rules, just to address any questions or feedback we received during this most recent accountability run. And I want to bring those to the group to consider to ensure that what we're proposing to change is not confusing to you, or you feel like there should be something that should be worded a different way before this then goes. The department will take these proposed business rule changes to the Commission on School Accreditation, and will go out for APA. But we want to start that process here with you. So the first one is that we'll talk about is in Section 9 acceleration. Rule 9.2.1 addresses dual credit courses, the fact that they must be credit-bearing courses, that they have a minimum of 3 semester-hour credit, and they're limited to the list of articulated courses that are provided and published by the Secondary Education. What we're adding here is a clarification that these must be credit-bearing courses at both the high school and post-secondary institution. Now, there's the reason being we have had instances where students were enrolled in high school but not getting post-secondary credit, and we don't want those to be considered dual credit hours or dual credit for accountability purposes. So that was pretty straightforward. Any questions on that? 9.3. So we lost our projector over there on the right side. Y'all can't see anything other than that.
We're like a plane flying on one engine. That one engine just went out. Yeah. Once again, the link, even if you have just a smartphone with you, that link, you can open up those slides. We're on slide 9 right now. I do think this is one where you'll be glad to look at the text because you can see the markup as Alan talks about it. So I don't see 4 people
it's back up
in the presentation now, but
engine 1 is back. Do we need to take a second before I move on? Okay.
But Alan, just for clarification on all these, we're not changing any way that we are doing the calculation. I mean, it's just clarifying
Yes.
for district how that's done.
None of these revisions that we present today will change the way we calculate accountability. It's just to clarify and to clarify the business processes as they are. So if any of this language is confusing to you in that regard, let me know. Okay, 9.3, the acceleration component will consist of a participation and performance component. This clarification is added to clarify how we calculate the acceleration component and the score for the acceleration component. So the red language that you see, the red text, each of these components will have a score calculated by dividing the numerator by the denominator. So in each participation, we have a numerator over a denominator, and then separately in performance, we have a numerator over a denominator. We calculate that rate, and then we multiply each of those by 50 to come up with an overall score. That's the score that's put out on your impact data files that you receive for accountability. It's on the report card on the website. Now, that's an unweighted score, as you know. So it's worth 50 points. So then we multiply that score, that you have reported by the 50 points to get the 50 points. So this is just a clarification of how we calculate that overall score for acceleration. There was some confusion about that. Does the task force have any thoughts or feelings about how we report the score? Should we continue to report it as a score, an unweighted score, or would you prefer it to be reported as the weighted points?
Well, I think some districts are working the idea of having, I agree across that accountability line, right, from our district, that weighted score that I see there, when I add all those numbers up, I get to instead of trying to be maybe one maximum model, trying to calculate that and double check, I think that would be helpful.
Okay. Do you see any concern about the complication of the EL weighting, changing the weighting from 50 to 47.5? You would just like to see the points for that component. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Regardless of the weighting? Okay.
And some of the, if I'm remembering correctly, some of those are weighted correctly. You can add another additive.
Yes, proficiency and growth.
And then there's something other than that.
Unless you have an EL. If you have the EL. Yeah. Okay, so we can look at maybe changing that on impact data files that we send out, if that's helpful to you. That doesn't necessarily require a business rule change, but we can look at it. I think that's helpful feedback.
And what you're saying is you want the end result, right? Instead of, right. End result. And I see 720 points, and I don't get 720 points, then you're right.
Without having to go to graduation.
Yeah, I get it. We'll let have someone do that for us.
Yeah.
I do that at
Okay. Well, and this clarification was created because of confusion around that and how that's calculated. So maybe we can look at another avenue for that clarification. Okay, that's helpful. 9.4.3, the denominator. Okay, so this is just some clarification in the language about inclusion of 9th and 10th grade students. So the language already discusses, it says the denominator for the participation component calculation shall include all students whose Mississippi Student Information System grade or peer grade equivalent is 11th or 12th grade, plus any 9th or 10th grade students who are who take and pass accelerated assessments / courses. So we felt like that the language that is X'd out there was extraneous, and that there were several questions during the review process about 9th and 10th graders participating in courses. 9th and 10th graders are only included in the acceleration component when they are successful on the assessment or the course. Do you think that this change to the language makes it cleaner? You think it should be worded a different way? Is that a confusion for you about 9th and 10th graders? Okay. So you feel like this is clarifying by removing that? Okay. Okay. Great. Moving along. 9. Oh, yeah. Sure.
I really appreciate the revision to make sense.
When I see the slash for the assessment and courses, I read that, and I could be reading it incorrectly, as an or, so assessments or courses. But, after talking to you this summer, it's ensuring that our 9th and 10th grade actually takes the exam, scores a 3 or whatever it is, and then they're included. So the slash, I think, sometimes throws it off a little bit for the or for me.
Okay.
But just a thought.
we may be able to, use some language instead of the slash there. But it's, because it is, some assessments, some courses have assessments, some don't.
Gotcha.
Some assessments don't have a course tied to them. So let me look at that.
Taking and passing courses and associated assessments are applicable or something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, I have a clear understanding now of dealing with, speaking with you and, of course, Ryan. I got it now.
All right. Okay. All right, I've got that note.
And can I ask one thing? 9.2.1, so that is not changing what courses we're going to count. It's just basically what we're clarifying is you have to code everything correctly. Is that really why we're doing that one?
We're doing it to ensure that districts know that the student must be earning credit at both the high school and post-secondary institution.
But it doesn't change that manual, anything in that manual.
This is not recommendation to change the course. I think Academic is taking a look at that,
Oh, okay.
and they may.
Okay. This is more about like coded it correctly, earn credit in high school and MSIS.
This year,
Okay.
what's in that manual and what courses would count or would not count.
Yeah, that's the only one to me that seems like it might actually change numerators and denominators, but that was probably happening anyway, so I understand what you're saying. You're clarifying, hey, you weren't getting credit for these, but you thought you were, kind of thing. Probably.
Well, in actuality, we had a school that was getting credit. They were getting credit in acceleration for students enrolled in a dual credit in course code in the high school, when the student really was not enrolled in the post-secondary institution.
Okay. That's basically to stop any loopholes. Okay.
But if there's any changes to that list,
Yeah.
that would be an advance notice, like where
Yeah.
districts
Okay.
would know the scheduling of students enrolled in those courses and what's going to count, and what's going to count.
Okay.
But that would all be a recommendation from Academic.
Okay.
That would go through your business process.
Okay. I got it.
Yeah, I see some perplexed faces. I don't know how to explain how that happened, but let's just say that people get creative sometimes. Okay, 9.10 is to clarify a question about what courses, some of you may remember, it hasn't been that long ago that we added in a change to cover 2-year curriculum accelerated courses. We did that open-ended in the rule. We didn't specify a specific type of accelerated course and thought that it may apply in the future to some other programs or courses. But this applies to accelerated courses that are designed with a curriculum to be given over 2 years. So there's not an assessment in the first year, there's an assessment in the second year. There's been some confusion about what courses are included. Currently, only IB courses are designed with a 2-year curriculum in such a way as to be, for this rule 9.10 to be applicable. So we are clarifying it's specific to the IB courses. If we have a change, if we have courses that come up in the future that are a 2-year curriculum that are equivalent to these IB courses that are designed this way, then we can come back and address that in the business rules. We felt like we needed to clarify that as of now, only IB courses with a 2-year curriculum are being treated this way, as addressed in 9.10. So a simple change, but just clarification. And then 9.12 addresses. So this would change. This would be a change in the accountability calculation. It only applies to a very few students, and was brought up as feedback this past accountability run, where ungraded SCD students who are continuing to receive services after they've reached the 12th grade are still included in the participation denominator for acceleration. And the department asked the U.S. Department of Education if we could exclude those students after once they've been included in the acceleration calculation once, as a 12th grader, can they be excluded going further? That doesn't violate their rights, and they agreed with that. So this is to exclude SED students that are continuing to receive services after the 12th grade. Anybody have any concerns about that? Is this rule clear that that's what we're doing? Okay. Okay, Section 15, English learners. We had a lot of questions about English learners and how those calculations are made. So you will see in here the language in 15.3 and 15.3.1 specifically clarifies that we look at the overall skill score in the EL progress measure, or the EL proficiency exam. The proficiency exam, the ELPT, has component scores for various skills, but for accountability purposes, we only look at the overall scale score. So this is to clarify that, because there was some confusion around that this accountability year. So we see a continuation of that in 15.4, but then 15.4.3, we are clarifying that EL students that have reached overall proficiency on the ELPT shall not be included in the EL performance component in subsequent years. This has been the practice for the EL progress measure since it was instated, although it wasn't, we felt like it wasn't specifically clear and specified in the business rules. So we're adding 15.4.3.
So some districts thought that they would continue to get points for the students who wouldn't reach proficiency that in second grade, and they got to get the next year because they didn't position for the eighth grade, right?
Yes, and I was one of those, so I can speak to that. Absolutely. This is much more clear, and I appreciate this. The issue is the difference in federal rules, state rules, and different policies. That's where the confusion came in. But if a student scored, let's say, a 4 on the ELPT in second grade, and then in fifth, but they never met exit criteria, even though they didn't meet exit criteria, they were still pulled from your end count. Whereas most schools who had ELs and had the questions felt like if they were still classified as an EL and did not meet exit criteria, then they should count in the end count. And it was a little wordy. The policy was a little wordy. So I was one of those who was confused, and this is much more clear. Thank you.
And you weren't the only one.
The way the EL component went into my legacy that are historically that have been on the task force for a number of years know that we had an in-depth conversation, I think in this very room, about the difference in the federal exit criteria rules versus what we would implement from the state perspective.
Does the task force feel like that these changes address any current confusion around EL progress? Can you think of anything else that we need to clarify? No? Okay.
Going back to the accountability line, how it's reported as well, because you mentioned EL earlier when we were talking about the reporting of that. How is EL reported on the impact data?
So interestingly, the EL progress measure on the component, on the impact data file that you receive is the actual points. Okay. It's the EL points. So I think it's the way you would like for it to be. Yeah.
In the state spreadsheet, when you release that, when we get final results, now I think that needs to say the same.
Yeah.
Because that would get very confusing if we start doing who has EL and we're pulling from here and all that. So you're referring just to that impact data.
Right, that's right.
Okay.
But clarify what you're saying.
So the state results final spreadsheet, like in September, after the state board approves the final results, like you do all that on a 100-point scale. And then that needs to stay the same. I think he's referring to the impact data.
Okay.
Just district.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. Because I go in and put formulas in, first thing I do, so people can make sense of, I just start putting in formulas in to make it work, so, yeah.
Okay. Moving along. So section 19, addresses rounding. So there's only one in section 19, section 19.1. And again, this doesn't change how we're calculating rounding. It's just a clarification. So when we calculate the components of the accountability system, the value of each component is rounded to 1 decimal place, or 10th place. Then we apply the weighting. So we're adding in the sentence, any weighting of the components is then added to the rounded value, because that was not clarified at all. Then after the weighted components are summed, the total value is rounded to the whole number for the final performance classification calculation. So we're just adding in when we do the weighting of the components. Does that seem clear enough? Anybody else have any other confusion around rounding and how we do that? Okay. Okay, in section 25, we just have one minor change, and just to be clear, this slide doesn't include the entire section. It was just the section that we're changing in college and career readiness. So ACT work keys is only included in accountability for a student if the student participates in the ACT assessment. So that was not clarified in the business rules. So there was some assumption in the field that a student never took the ACT, but they got a gold or a platinum on work keys. We should give them their credit, college and career readiness component. But ACT work keys was not included to replace participation in the general ACT assessment. The general ACT assessment is a required assessment for all juniors. So this is just to clarify that. And then 27.2.1, this is just to clarify when a district wants to submit to exclude a foreign exchange student, that they need to provide proper documentation to do so. They can't just say this was a foreign exchange student, which has happened. And we X out school here because the school does not submit a request for internal review. A district does. So then we're just clarifying that we need documentation that this was a foreign exchange student. That should be pretty straightforward. So that is all of the business rule revisions that we're proposing as of right now. Can anybody think of anything else that we might need to look at? Any other confusion that you're aware of that I haven't mentioned?
All right, I'm going to say this, but I don't want to, I have been asked this question by multiple districts, so I do think there's confusion. You clarified it for me in an email, but since last year, one of the big changes was that the 2021 bank students were removed from the proficiency and growth denominators and numerators. If they were in 10th grade, then we have some of those students that are in 10th grade this year. Mm-hmm. So because they either took it in 8th grade in 2021 or they were in 9th grade twice, whatever your situation is. So they may be fine, but right now they're going to count, as you clarified to me, because that was a 1-year submission. And so we had reasons for that. So I think those reasons are still the same because nothing's changed. However, people may want them to count now I'm not trying to start a thing, but I know there is confusion over that because I've probably been asked by 5 to 10 districts. So I don't know if that wants to be a discussion on this task force or if we just let it go. If we let it go, they're going to count, and that may be what people want this year. But
Yeah, I don't know that it's necessarily a business rule revision, because as the business rules fit, it's pretty clear what we're gonna do, right? We're gonna include all students that are in the 10th grade that have a banked score. So what you're saying is we need to clarify that. Everybody got one of them? Okay.
Got more.
I think we got.
yeah, all I'm saying is yes. If the intention is to, last year was a 1-year exception, for lack of a better term, and we're going to count them this year with no discussion. Well, there's nothing that needs to happen, right? That's how the rules are written. But if that needs to be a discussion because of the whole discussion last year and the decision that was made, well, then that would have to require revision to the rules. That's all I'm saying. Does everyone understand the topic that I'm talking about? Okay.
Which students would be affected?
So those of you that have middle school algebra and biology, it impacts you greatly, right? Because those students are generally 10th graders now.
Right.
And but those that don't have middle school biology, it's your students who maybe were in 9th grade twice and just got to 10th grade this year, which is going to be a smaller number. You're not going to be impacted as much. So last year, all those students were taken out, whenever they took it, if it came from the 2021 school year for everything that happened during the 2021 school year, if they were in 10th grade. So that decision was made based on a lot of, things that are going on and reasons. Well, those reasons are still the same. Nothing's changed. That decision was made. So that's why, to me, and I bring it up because a lot of districts, when there are people like me who run numbers, Latoya and I talked about this, then people don't know what to do because they think, well, they didn't count, so why would they count this year? Mm-hmm. Well, see, so we're talking about clarification, so it makes sense to me.
I thought we said it didn't give. Are you talking about Algebra 1 in 8th grade?
Right, but we still have students who are in this situation. We're just not impacted as much as, say, Greg, who has middle school algebra. Yeah.
I have heard from a couple of districts that have asked that question.
Yeah.
What about our 8th grade algebra students who took the assessment in, 2020, 2021? Mm-hmm. And I said, as of now, those are included. There are no exceptions in the business rules this year, and both. I've only been asked twice. Both of those, I got it. Oh, good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The truth is, if you want to just think number perspective, those who have middle school algebra are going to be for it. Those who don't have middle school algebra are going to be against it. I'm just going to be straight up with you if you want to do numbers. It's not complicated. So, but I'm just bringing it up as if we're talking numbers. But again, we don't always base decision on numbers. Like, we made that decision because of the 2021 school year and what we all thought about the condition of those scores used for that. That's why we made that decision. So those factors are still in play. That hasn't changed. But so that's why I was just bringing it up. But again, the task force may not want to address it and may let it go and just let them count. But I think we do need to clarify, since we're in a task force, that if we do nothing, they are going to count. They're going to count for you that don't have middle school algebra and biology, and they're going to count for you that do. Because everybody's going to have some of those students. Just, it's going to be impacted less for those of us who don't have middle school algebra and biology.
So you're concerned about repeaters specifically.
I think we got two issues on the table, right? So let me see if I can state this back correctly. We've got, and even let me go backwards to make sure we're all operating under a strong foundation here. When we were solving for the pandemic disruptions, we paused banking, that's the way I like to phrase it, and we went to all tests in the year will go into accountability calculations, and then we'll unpause and go back to banking. And now we're on the precipice of unpausing. And that's what Ryan is saying.
Well, that was A. There was B.
Yeah.
B was exclude the
Right.
2021.
That's kind of where I'm going with it. Because you got two things we were solving for at the time. We were solving for the absence of tests in 2020, and we were solving for tests in 2021 that I think there was a sense shouldn't be included, because that was a year where accountability was unplugged. I don't know if I'm using the right words, but I'm just trying to help everybody get shared understanding about that. So, but as we're on the precipice of returning to banking, I think, this is my question back to you, Ryan, and others, there's two issues we want to make sure we're clear about. One is students who have test scores in 2021, and those are going to be, if I'm doing my math right, we're at 23 now, those are 8th graders. So 10th graders in 23, we're 8th graders in 21.
Or 9th grade repeaters.
Okay, or 9th grade repeaters. Yeah. And will inclusion of those scores be appropriate and defensible? That's one question that you're asking. And a second question is, I think there are actually some students who are going all the way back to missing data in 2020. And that is the very few students who take algebra as 7th graders. I think is mostly who we're talking about. What are we going to do about those?
Well, everybody, to me, I could be wrong, but to me, that's not an issue, because we're all missing our 1920 scores. They're not there. So however you do your schedule, like we're missing our top 9th graders. Greg's missing his top 7th graders. It just is what it is. There's nothing anybody can do about that. But to me, yes, your other question, it's worth bringing up since so many people are confused on it. But again, if we do nothing, they're going to count. We would have to revise the rules for them not to count.
So, a little bit of context in our district, we have 2 high schools where the 8th grade algebra scores would represent about 1/4 of the algebra scores, and it would be likewise for biology at those 2 high schools. And of course, those would be typically your top performing students as well, so it could have a major impact on those particular schools. And to Ryan's point, then we do have a handful of 7th graders who do not have any scores, nor those 8th graders do not have baseline scores to grow from in 1920 either. So it's not just their proficiency that would be impacted, it would also be their growth as well. So.
I would be, we can open the floor to, is there a task force member that has a proposal for, because Alan's clearly explained what the plan is. The plan is go back to banking. We'll be including those primarily 8th graders in 21 back in the system again this year, and there's just no data on the 7th graders to draw from. But is there a proposal from a task force member for an alternative to that plan?
This year we don't have the Part A problem. Because if we took those scores out last year, it's like we took 80 to 90% out. You got to do something, right? So that was the Part A, Part B. This year you don't have that problem, because the majority of it's 21, 22 9th graders as well for districts. So, but again, I'm not making a proposal. I just know that is a point of confusion. We're talking about points of confusion. So as the rules are written, I thought if the task force wanted to address it or not. I don't have a proposal, because I'm going to be honest with you, this is one of those, I hate to say it, but it's going to go down party lines. It's going to go down, do you have middle school algebra, biology, and do you not? But on the flip side, I don't like it when it does that, but that's probably what's going to happen here, as opposed to making the decision like we did last year based on what 2021 was about. But I know how this ends up probably, and it becomes a middle school or not situation.
So Ryan, you're not looking really for an alternative. You're just saying, let's make sure it's clear that 8th graders are going to count.
I'll make it very clear. If the task force, the majority of the task force wanted to exclude those scores, I would absolutely be for it. I would be for it for the same reason I was for it last year. I was when he, to be honest with you, led the charge. So I would absolutely be for it. However, I understand there's several people at this table that would not be for that. So I'm not going to make a proposal on it. I'm just making sure everybody has the choice at the table, if you will, the awareness.
Yeah, I mean, as of right now, the plan is to stick to the business rules, so those students would be included. I do hear what Madison County is saying. Madison County and Oxford School District participate quite well in 7th grade algebra and are missing those scores from that pandemic year.
Yeah, but I'll be honest. Everybody, so we're on a block schedule. So our top, our 7th graders that would take it in algebra, well, they take it in 9th grade in the fall. You know, we have a system that's very similar to theirs. Well, we didn't get to count those ever either. Those were our high students. They never had growth. They never counted because from 1920, that just kind of is what it is. Everybody, that's just the situation, in my opinion. Everybody lost scores there, if you will. Yeah.
The way this past year, the way that we resolved issues with missing data was just to suspend banking in essence and just include the current year scores is what we did.
But I'm good with moving on. If no one wants to entertain it, it's fine. I just wanted to bring it up since I'd been asked so many times, and I had to look and then talk to you to confirm the answer, to be honest.
Well, and I understand why you brought this up because this is, you know, as you mentioned, the expectation would be this would require a change to the business rules if we were to address this issue. Dr. Vanderford may have left the room. She's our procedures expert. But, you know, we could move forward with these revisions as we normally would to give districts as much notice as possible. And if we decided that we needed another revision to address something like this, we could do that as long as we get it in before we run accountability.
Okay.
Of course, we want to do the best to ensure that we don't have a negative impact to districts with any change. Dr. Vanderford, we were just talking about if we decided to do an additional revision to the business rules, we could do that after we go through this cycle. What would be the last deadline?
For a calculation in the fall. Well, we knew it sooner rather than later. It's just to notify, and we can do a temporary rule to be effective immediately if it poses a benefit or removes a restriction.
Right.
We have that leeway in state law.
So what Dr. Vander is saying, because I know we at least have Ms. Altman on the Teams meeting, we could do a temporary rule if it doesn't.
Yeah, but if it has a negative impact.
If it doesn't have a negative impact on any district.
We wouldn't do it, and we couldn't do it, number one, and we would get a lot of pushback on that. But if it's overall in the benefit of the state, it's not a problem to get the temporary rule. We still have to go through the APA process. It's just not that 60-day wait period for it to become effective immediately. So if we're going to make a change and we really need the APA feedback, that's going to take 60 days. So if we went to the board with it in April, it would be a minimum of June before it would be final through the feedback process.
It would be controversial with some districts, so go ahead and move on. I can answer that for you.
I mean, if it's going to be controversial in the least, we've got to go through the process, get it out, let the APA process run its course, discuss, and make those decisions based on the feedback from APA. A temporary rule, we only use that when, like I said, it's going to pose a benefit to everyone, or to the vast majority.
It would matter to me if there was a clear recommendation from the task force. I'm not hearing that. We're here till 4. If over lunch you have an epiphany and you want us to come back to it, you know, let us know. But I think that would be, absent any additional recommendations here, I think we'll move on with the business rules as Mr. Burrows explained them.
Doing the clarity of those to make sure you can.
Clear. Yes, sir.
That's a task force job, but.
Yeah.
And transferring back to the State Department, that's kind of accurate.
That is exactly what I put in my notes here, is that clarify the procedures. So making sure that's well understood is a good action item. Anything else, Mr. Burrow, on business rules?
That's gonna be it for the business rule changes.
We're actually right at the time for break. So let's go ahead and do that. And let's come back. It's just shy of 10:15. So let's come back together at 10:30. Thank you.
So there are water and coffee snacks in the break room back there, so feel free to help
Okay, thanks for a good conversation this morning. We're going to shift topics now and talk about something we called in the agenda Beyond Academics. Again, you've got a couple of ways, in the absence of our ability to project, you've got a couple of ways to follow along. One, thank you very much for getting the printed presentation. So if you want to consult your printout, we're on page 8, slide 16, or you may have access to the slides online in Google Slides and through the link, so we're slide 16. So the topic, and I'm not going to spend, as I promised earlier this morning, I want to really minimize the amount of time that we talk to you and maximize the amount of time we hear from you. So I really want to do a fairly succinct introduction of this topic, and then we've got an activity that we like to ask your contributions to. So what we're responding to is the department having received feedback about broadening measures of school quality and student success, and often that's framed as a desire to include more sources of information beyond academic achievement, which is why we're calling this Beyond Academics, given that growth and proficiency are very prominent in current model. And you may be somebody sitting here thinking, well, that's as it should be, and I don't want to change it, and that's fine. That's why this group exists, is we want to hear your policy perspective on this. But if you're somebody who thinks we should look for ways to broaden that, then we definitely want to hear your ideas. But we want to get a deeper understanding of your priorities, brainstorm approaches, so that, as I noted earlier, we can bring you back research, ideas, alternatives in future meetings that really match the priorities for this group. This turns out, colleagues, to be just one of the, it's a prominent conversation going on across the country, and it's one of the toughest things to do in accountability. Many people will quickly acknowledge that there's a lot more than standardized measures of achievement that matters when it comes to school quality, but distilling that into a system in a way in which you have confidence in those measures and that they're being used appropriately is not easy. So just take some cold comfort in knowing that this group is among many trying to wrestle with a topic that's important and challenging. Might be helpful just to look at the school quality student success language from ESSA. So now I'm on slide 17. ESSA requires that indicators allow for meaningful differentiation. They must be valid and reliable. They must be the same indicators within each grade span. They must be comparable and applicable statewide and measured and reported annually for all students and disaggregated by subgroup. And I can pursue some of the detailed implications of any of those if you're interested. So, for example, sometimes we've had states that say, well, we want anonymous survey data to be used. Well, that can't be disaggregated by subgroups if it's anonymous. So you can see there's some challenges and the range of alternatives that are available because of the language of the law. If you go to slide 18, you might be interested in knowing, well, what do we see from other states? I pulled this from the Education Commission for the states puts together these reports pretty regularly. I'm grateful to them for doing that because otherwise you've got to go through these consolidated state plans, and just plucked out some of the prominent measures that I saw from state accountability plans because many states, including Mississippi, use multiple of these measures. These don't sum to 50. So some states will use combinations of these. So the two most common things that we see in state accountability when you look broadly across the country are measures of college and career readiness. And Mississippi certainly has a very broad definition of that, which I'll touch on very lightly here in just a moment, just to remind everybody, and measures of either attendance or chronic absenteeism. We're actually going to talk about that separately later today, although if we want to bring it into this conversation, there's no guardrails that would prohibit that. In very few instances, you see states use discipline, dropout rate. On-track measures are things like credits earned in grade 9 or grade 10 to see the students on track to reach the credits required for diploma eligibility by grade 12. School climate is typically a survey. Some states approach that by just giving credit for participation. Others give credit for participation in performance. There's another number of states that are exploring that, but as you can see, there's only 9 that have that in their consolidated state plans. And then there's a fair number of states that use other measures of academic achievement apart from language arts and mathematics. Again, obviously Mississippi does many of these. So Mississippi, I think it's a very fair statement to say, has a very broad definition of school quality and student success. If you lay it alongside other state plans, you would categorize Mississippi as being a state that has adopted a very broad approach when it comes to defining this. But you may say there are more revisions that are appropriate, or, and we want to give you an opportunity to say this as well, there are things that we should collect, report, and pay attention to, but they don't need to go in the model, or at least not yet, but they should be reported. They should be things that we track. Again, we want to hear your advice on a range of these issues. I won't spend a lot of time on slides 19 and 20. Actually, Alan covered aspects of this when he was going through the business rules in the previous session. College and career readiness is a prominent part of Mississippi school quality student success measures, and that is operationalized through the component that uses ACT in English and math or ACT work keys, and you see that defined on slide 19. And there's also the acceleration component that you see a review on slide 20. I imagine members around this table are familiar with it. As you know, that rewards participation and performance in advanced coursework that is helpful to signal that a student is prepared for post-secondary success. Let's step back and tackle this even more broadly. And we've talked about this, parts of this before in this task force, so some of this may look familiar to you. When we talk about post-secondary success, we do acknowledge that it's a broad construct. It really gets at accountability initiatives that promote and monitor preparation for education, careers, civic participation after high school. It can include, along the way, inputs and measures, as I mentioned, such as earning credits or industry certifications. It can also, much more commonly, include outcomes, and in very rare cases, can include actual measures from post-secondary, such as college-going rates, military enlistment, other career accomplishments. I don't know of any states, I don't know, Christy, if you do, that include that in their ESSA systems. I do know some states that collect and monitor that information. Ohio comes to mind, but I don't know that any state has that in their ESSA system. Do you? Yeah. Okay. So that's a oft talked about but rarely implemented idea. Whenever we talk about college readiness or post-secondary readiness is really the way I should frame it. I go back to David Connolly's work. I think we've talked about it before in this committee. So if one of your questions as you listen to this is, well, what broadly is post-secondary readiness? How do we think about that in aggregate or in its full breadth? And I think David Connolly's model is a strong way to think about it. And you see that in a visual on slide 22. He talks about there being, he's got these nice one-word quips, think, know, go, act, that correspond to measuring key cognitive strategies, content knowledge, transition knowledge and skills, and learning skills and techniques, which really gets to the readiness is about not only students being academically equipped, but being equipped through habits of mind and behaviors, through their knowledge of the process, such as how to navigate financial aid and the college application process, through the ability to handle coursework that involves things like collaboration and critical thinking. So there's a lot that goes into this construct that we call post-secondary readiness. Slide 23, again, I think this is something we've brought to this task force before as well. This was a document that I found very helpful. It was something that CCSSO put out in 2017 about career readiness and the 4 recommendations that they put out for states to think about, not necessarily for high-stakes school accountability, but just in general, are measuring progress towards post-high school credentials, co-curricular learning and leadership experiences. That could be things like internships, practica, um, work study kinds of experiences. Assessment of readiness, that's something Mississippi has with the word keys, and transitions beyond high school. We mentioned that a moment ago when we talked about things like career accomplishments that are very difficult to measure, but if that's something that is of interest, then that's something we need to talk about. I'll just very lightly touch on slide 24, Ed Council's scan of state practices in college and career readiness. I think it largely overlaps with what we've talked about before with some of the recommendations these national groups have put out and some of the work that ECS has done to collect information about that. And I won't read each of those boxes to you, but you see those are the kinds of things that states are looking at either inside their accountability system or for monitoring data collection and use to help understand the full range of college and career readiness signals. I'm almost done. I wanted to come back to something I think we've talked about before we turn it over to you to hear your advice and discussion on this. So often people will say, well, what I'm really interested is in things like social emotional learning. And that's for obvious reasons. That's very important. There's a lot of terms that people use. I like the term trans-academic. I think I may be the only one that likes this term. I'm the only one that uses it as far as I know. I actually didn't come up with it. My colleague Brian Gong came up with it. But the reason I say trans-academic is because it's not a soft skill or it's not a non-academic skill. When we say trans-academic, we mean things that enhance and build on academic preparation and allow students to apply their academic knowledge and skills in ways that really help them to benefit from that. And there are, colleagues, a ton of models that people have put out for these trans-academic skills. I think CASEL, which is the framework you see on the slide there, may be the most prominent of those. At some point I have to share a link with you. There's a research arm at Harvard that's actually aggregated these and have a dynamic reporting tool on the web where they show, and goodness, I think there's 30 or 40 of these models of social, emotional, trans-academic skills, and they show the relationships among them. If you're ever interested in doing a deep dive, how scholars are defining this term. But I think CASEL is a good way to, if you just want to say, well, let's stick to the main plot points. What mainly do we need to understand about these skills? And they talk about social emotional learning being built on self-awareness, self-management, responsible decision-making, relationship skills, social awareness. I don't think anybody would look at that and say that that's something you wouldn't want for your students or your children or any other member of the community. So I think certainly could be quick to value these. But CASEL, in as much as they exist to promote these, have also been very clear in their language that if you go to slide 26, that adding stakes to those is something we ought to tread lightly with. So I pulled this figure from one of their reports, and this text here in italics, and I'll just read it if you'll permit. The higher stakes of an assessment's intended use, the greater burden that assessment carries to demonstrate strong technical qualities such as score reliability, generalizability, and evidence of validity for that use. At the same time, the higher stakes of an assessment's intended use, the more likely it is to face resistance from at least some stakeholders. So it's another way of saying the higher the stakes, the higher the burden to show that it's technically defensible, and the more you have to be on guard for unintended negative consequences. And so I just felt like that was another good way for us to spark this conversation by saying there's a lot that we value and that we want to promote with our students, but we also have a sense of humility for how challenging that is to do. And that's not just a personal opinion, that's something that even the organizations that are promoting trans-academic skills are very quick to say. That consequential use cases is something we have to be very careful about. As I try to do with every topic that this group addresses, I don't put my thumb on the scale. I really want to give this group as big a sandbox as you want to operate in. but we just want to kind of launch the conversation with as much information as possible. So I'll bring this all together, and then I'll introduce the way we hope to receive feedback from you here in a moment on slide 27. So we do see that many states have expanded the range of college and career ready indicators in recent years. Primarily, that's including advanced coursework and selected career ready credentials. Apart from college and career ready indicators, we've seen very few states that have explored school quality student success options other than additional academic indicators. That's certainly not beyond academics, that doesn't escape me, or attendance and absenteeism, which again, we have some time encumbered later today to talk about. Infrequently, we've seen some states look at school climate or discipline. We've not found any states that have incorporated formal direct measures of trans-academic skills in high-stakes accountability. Some indirect measures, you could argue, are found in things like co-curricular activities. So if you say, where do I find evidence of collaboration or persistence or grit or leadership or creativity, then you may say, well, those are things I would expect somebody to exhibit in service to flourishing in an internship or something like that. But direct measures of those are not yet seen in state ESSA systems. I'm going to pause there. I know I went really briskly through probably something we could do a whole semester's course on, but partially because I know we've touched on this in the past, and partially because I think this is information that many of you have your thumb on. But does anybody have any questions before I suggest a format for how we can elicit your feedback? Yes.
Where is the push for including additional figures coming from the field, from the department, from the board, getting or why
I would say primarily the schools, different groups or camps that feel like we should expand on them. Some of what are mentioned, maybe some that have not been mentioned today.
In the North Mississippi area, there's a huge conglomerate who is full of business leaders, community foundations, as well as some, I think, in South Mississippi who are pushing for an expanded model.
Simply that all we've got that including a grader and don't work with time.
That's great.
I mean, I think that's
exactly
a great
right.
point of what I always said, we should make people,
Good question. Thank you. So what I'd like to invite this is going to be a little departure from how we normally run things in this task force, but I'm excited about it. And actually, even before we knew our technology was going to fail today, we said, let's do this on paper. So we were prescient in saying, oh, we're actually going to use pen and paper for this activity. We didn't know that we would come to regard that as a good decision. But now I put these together, so any limitations are mine, and I'll confess to the group, I cast the net very broadly, almost so much so that I worried that folks would say, you've lost your mind, Chris. But I wanted to really send the message that we're not putting any borders on this sandbox, that we want you to think and brainstorm as broadly as you like. And what I'd love for you to do is to flip through these sheets, and we've categorized indicators into 3 different areas: social, emotional, school climate, and readiness. And then it's just on these sheets a listing of the full range of things that we find people talking about, writing about, exploring to get at some of these concepts. And again, we want to approach this in a principled way. So rather than us coming to you and saying, do you like this idea? Do you like this idea? Do you like this indicator? Do you like this indicator? We thought, let's do this to at least sharpen the focus of the committee and to see what things we ought to be looking at. So if you'll take some time, and what we'd like to do is invite you to do it individually first. So just quietly and individually, look at these different rows: self-awareness, self-management, look at sort of the question that it purports to answer, potential or illustrative sources of data. You may not like those sources of data. You may think of other sources of data, but I just wanted to try to put a finer point on it. And then just give us just one letter. Is this a high priority, a medium priority, a low priority, or not a priority? Again, just according to you. I'm not going to collect these. Nobody's going to aggregate these. Nobody's going to hold you to it. It's just to facilitate your brainstorming. And so just put up H, M, L, or N in those categories. And if you say it's a high or medium priority, then it may be you're urging us, we want to talk and explore this more, is what you're saying. And that's fair. If there are other sources of data, either from the list we provide that should be prioritized or things that aren't on the list, jot that down so we can expand our thinking here. And the last category invites you to think, do you care about this as part of the state's ESSA school accountability system, or is this important to you outside the system? So you may say, for example, I really think that, measures of self-management are important, but I don't want to roll that into the school accountability system. I just want to explore and use that for reporting or state capacity building or something like that. So we didn't want to fail to acknowledge that. You may not complete all the rows. You may say, I don't know enough or I don't have enough time to do that, but we wanted to do this to spark your brainstorming. And then after we have you do that individually for about, we'll read the room, but I'm thinking 10, 15 minutes, I'm going to ask us to have some small group discussions. So probably, we don't have a lot of flexibility for that, but I think probably what we'll do is just have you gather up in groups of 3 or 4 near where you sit. And my hope for that is that you'll just share, like, oh, when I looked over the sheets, I really thought the next level academic readiness was the most promising thing, and this is the parts of it. Or somebody might say, really, I was all about collaboration and teamwork. And then you could just see if there are areas where you overlap on, and then we'll ask each group to share out. Again, what we're trying to do is find signals from this task force that will help us to stay on top of this in ways that are sensible. Does that sound okay? Any clarifying questions? Well, I will leave you alone for at least 10 minutes. And then when it looks like folks are ready, we'll suggest a way to divide into groups.
Man, that's what I did. Oh, yeah. But I don't know that, but we tried, baby.
time, or getting close to being ready to discuss? Some of you are still writing. We'll do 5 more minutes. Why don't we go ahead and form some groups and start conversation? I want to make this as easy as possible, and the room isn't super well structured for this, but maybe we just do groups of 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4 over here. If you want to group all that into the table, or we'll find another corner of the room, that'd be fine, and then we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4 here, and then 1, 2, 3, 4 here. And then we've got, what's that? Okay, now Christy's gonna defect from her side of the table and go over there, and then these 4 here, and these will be another group. So, and again, what we hope that you'll do in these discussions is just share some of the feedback you had from your individual review, and if somebody would be kind enough to represent, after we do this for 15 minutes or so, to represent some common themes that came from your group discussion, that will, I think, give us a useful basis to learn your perspectives. All right? I appreciate the time and the investment people made in this. So, yeah, I'm hoping that each group would have at least one person that would share some insights from your group discussion. I'll just take a volunteer for which group would like to lead the way. Tell us what you talked about. Were there areas you agreed on? Were there areas you didn't agree on, but you had some good conversation about it? Particularly interested in what emerged as higher priorities.
We are not advocating that we change the model at first.
Okay.
But we had a lot of good, maybe one.
Yeah, 3 years and we're not advocating to change the model.
Okay, well, let's hear what you talked about since you're kind of...
I forgot about Christie, sorry. Forgot about Christie. No, we had some great conversation. And then as we knew going into this conversation, it's really about the lens in which you look at accountability in respect to the district and the population that you serve, right? Which is incredibly important to all of us to do the best that we can for all of our communities. My friends around me, they weren't as excited about making any additions or deletions to the accountability model as I was. But as I framed it to them, we all have vision and mission statements in our district that talk about active members in society or active citizens, so on and so forth. Yet we stop the way that we measure success in our state with academic standards. It's almost like we have these visions and missions that where we're not measuring to a standard to say that this is going to happen once they walk out of the doors of our school systems. And I guess that's my big hang up. And then what could we implement in our state accountability model that would say that we are truly living up to the vision and mission that we set forth? And even MDE's vision and mission, right? It's more than about just proficiency on academic standards. So that's kind of where I kind of dug in a little bit with my friends, and they agreed with that vision, right? But when you go back to some of the standards that you mentioned earlier about being equitable across all systems, being able to measure it equitably across all systems, that's incredibly difficult to do. One that I did get my friends to agree with me on was
we agreed at first. He just took a little deeper.
that they maybe the idea of rewarding different diploma options with an acceleration. I don't think we should settle with kids graduating from our state just on the traditional diploma. So kind of like we do with the acceleration model, maybe if it's a CTE endorsement, there's a bump, or if there's the percentage of academic endorsement, there's a bump, and for the distinguished endorsement, there's a bump, similar to we do with the acceleration model. So that was one that we could come to some consensus about.
That's helpful, thank you.
Yeah, we were actually just reminiscing about those pre-COVID conversations about diploma options as well. But most of our conversation was actually centered around social emotional. And in some parts of the state, that SEL actually has maybe more of a negative connotation amongst some of our population. But especially since coming back from COVID, we've seen the challenges, especially we have one building level leader in our group who was just mentioning some of the challenges they're experiencing. So, but as your group also had mentioned, the challenge of how do you measure such in a way that it is going to be valid and it's going to be also generalizable across the entire state and how we're also different. So one of the other aspects that came out, we talked a little bit about digital literacy, which was within the readiness component, and just because that relates to some of the work in the last few years concerning what C-Spire has done surrounding coding and some other things that have kind of been an emphasis, and also per the comments earlier about how just the career readiness in general seems to be a focus from the general public. So those were, I guess, some of the things that we discussed.
Anything else that you guys want to add to that? I had the pleasure of being in this group too, so yeah, just a few notes I took. There was Yeah, we talked about, yeah, because digital literacy, I think, also kind of cast a net over. We talked about the influence of social media in the schools. And so, but I think there was a real sense in this group that being cautious about these things elevating to accountability, but the conversation was more about how could the state be a partner to support capacity building and resources in these areas. Just mentioned absenteeism, but didn't get a chance to really explore good agreement on that. I think there was some caution about school safety and discipline as part of accountability. But anything else you guys would want to elevate? Yeah.
We did spend a lot of time on SEL because we all agreed that it's kind of the foundation of it all. It's kind of like the house, and all these other things are the results. You know, I mean, house on the rocks, house on the sand, right? And so, but it's such a politicized thing at the moment. You know, like the districts are not even saying SEL; they're calling it other things. Mm-hmm. Kind of like we did with the Common Core standards and the city standard. Yeah, I mean, there's just things that you've got to do. So, but measurement, obviously, I'll be honest with you. I asked Dr. Domaleski because I wanted to know: is there a state that has successfully put any sort of, I don't, you know, if we use the term SEL, emotional wellness, mental health, call it what you want, has anybody successfully put that into their accountability model? And he said he's not sure. I saw a presentation from Alaska, who actually was trying to, the National Forum on Education Statistics, because they deemed it so important. I think, too, one thing you could do that I said that I did worry about is like the students in the middle. So, for instance, like if we look at absenteeism as an indicator of SEL, or we look at post-secondary success as an indicator of EL, you'll catch some students, but you won't catch everybody. All of them, high flyers, are struggling with, well, I haven't snapped somebody in their circle. If you leave someone on open in Snapchat for more than 10 seconds, you're cut off. And that is a real pressure to them. That is a real threat. They cannot look at you and have a conversation with you because they are terrified that they're going to leave someone on open for 20 seconds on their phone. And that's real to them. We as adults that didn't grow up in that world think, like, I mean, that's so rude. You know, I mean, you're just rude. That is their social connection. That is their social world. Think back to what yours were when you were a teenager. That's what theirs is, and that's how they feel. And so how do you measure that? How do you put that in the accountability model? And at the same time, the ones who are struggling with mental health as far as hurting themselves, you know, a lot of those are perfectionistic types. They're not going to be on your absentee rate. They're going to be in your CCR numerator. They're going to be on your post-secondary success. So how do you measure that? How do you find them, and how do you do that? So people end up doing staff and student surveys, and even outside groups with surveys right now is a dirty word. Right? So it's so complicated, but it's so important. I would love for SEL to be an accountability model. I will go on the record and say it. I don't know how. But I love that we're at least discussing it because I think it's more important than anything else, my opinion.
I'd love to hear from the other two groups. Who would like to lead the sharing? Okay. The International Symbol of Not. All right, let's go over here, and then we'll let this group be the anchor leg.
We agree that a lot of this is very important, but we don't see how it could fit into our accountability model. A lot of this stuff, especially under the readiness with the work-based learning, we already have in our VOTEX, CTE program of study, advanced coursework, the digital literacy. Some of us already have AP computer principles in place. It's in the acceleration components, in the accountability model. So we felt like some of this is already in there. But it was all really important things. We just don't know how it would be measured. Equitable. Mm-hmm.
Okay, succinct and clear. Thank you. I appreciate that. Let's hear from this group.
We pretty much said everything that all the other groups are saying. I shared a story with...
Oh, can you use the mic? I'm sorry. Thank you.
Sorry. My husband tells me I'm loud, so I thought it'd be okay. We share the same views as most of the group. I shared a story about, I thought it was interesting.
in my high school, you had, you know, your top students, and the top 3 students in my high school class of 636 kids, the top 3 don't have jobs now because they can't relate to society. I just thought that was kind of an interesting thing because they had a lot to contribute, as in, you know, intellect and reasoning, but I guess the socio-emotional component was not there for them. I know I was in classes with them, it wasn't. But with that being said, we talked about how a lot of these things are already in place, but it is very hard to show that in an accountability model. I also said, and this is just my view, is you talked about how community leaders were pushing this. I think that's because out in the community, if I talk to my own husband who's in the healthcare industry, they are of the belief that because we have it in accountability, it's actually being taught. So it's like, let's make them do this, so we're going to actually test them on it. And you just can't continue to add things in the accountability model hoping for the best, because we can't be all things to all men. And he talks about how, you know, that the community should have some responsibility in this as well. What else do we talk about? I think that's it. I think it's enough.
When we got to the time, we were so far ahead, we didn't need to run, Barry.
Yeah.
Well, that's helpful to hear. Right, and we talked a little bit about that in our group too, that, and it sounds like a theme across all groups. There's a lot that we really said, we affirm its importance, but we have a sense of humility for what it might mean to try to incorporate into accountability. And we talked a little bit also about, you know, what's the right state role here? Because in many cases, there's a role for schools and districts and communities, but if the state's role is not calibrated correctly, it could do more harm than good. So that's just among the conversation topics that we've covered. But I guess what I'll ask as we approach lunch here is there any topics, task force colleagues, that you would like us to at least stay connected to for future meetings, like bring you more research about, make a place for more conversation about? So an example from this group is, I sort of left this group's conversation going, I want to learn more about digital literacy and how other people are approaching that, whether the states have tried it. So, I mean, is there anything that you would say from your conversations, even if you're stopping short of saying, well, we're not making a recommendation for accountability, but can we just learn more about this so we can be sharper as advisors? Is there anything?
I would get on the train with you for the SEL, honestly, but something to show that districts are addressing the whole child, not just the cognitive child, because there's a lot of good being done in a lot of schools. It's not necessarily showing on the accountability, but lives are changing. And we're creating future citizens, not future test takers. So whatever we can do to find something that says we're getting in there and we are addressing the whole child. I don't know how it looks. That's why I don't have a recommendation, but I will brainstorm with you on that.
Can you use the mic? I'm on charge.
Well, it depends on what I say, right? Some states are looking at this, and Chris just acknowledged it, is what is the appropriate state role versus what's the appropriate district role versus what's the appropriate school role. So they're looking at this in the context of creating district-level accountability metrics where districts determine what's important for their values and hold themselves accountable, or submit a framework to the state where the state helps hold them accountable at the district level, in addition to the bare minimum expectations for what we have for reading and math and science and graduation and college and career readiness. So I think everyone acknowledges that schools aren't just to produce test takers, but test taking is the only proxy measure we have as an indicator of future success. I mean, we don't know what kids are going to do once they leave, and it's the only objective piece of information we can easily collect and gather to be comparable. But I like the idea of bringing this down to look at a lot of your indicators that you hold yourself accountable for in your district, for what it means to be college ready, career ready, citizen ready, I think is life ready, as what you say, and the different components that you have expectations for students. It might not fit your district, but it might, you know, fit someone else's to say, hey, we're going to adopt that as well. So maybe looking at that next tier, continue with the state report card, but add a tier of district level accountability where you can basically share your wares. Like, this is what we do for our kids. Make it appealing to come to school because 90% of kids show up every day, and, you know, 3/4 of them are college ready and 98% are career ready and everyone's life ready. So being able to demonstrate those things alongside the state report card might be something of interest to consider too.
There's a group of about 11 of us that started about 5 years ago doing exactly that. So every October, there's a full page ad in local newspapers that have the state accountability piece, but also those things that our community feels like should be measured. Safety, graduation rate, post-secondary success. And I think those are things that local school districts could do. I think the one piece that we are missing, and it's not our role, but somehow we got to get the message that it's not about test taking. And that's the conversation that David Rock and Ole Miss and I have all the time, is we've got to go back and look at teachers and how we're training them to find, as Dr. Sanders from Hinds County said, teachers have forgotten how to take a teachable moment and use it to do these things. So I don't think that's our role or how we do that, but I think there's another group that should be looking at. I will say that, to me, a good 2.5 to 3.0 teacher in the classroom is probably going to produce the students we need academically and also social and emotional. And I think we have some barriers to that, and 2.5 may be too low, guys. But my point is, you got some good average people that could be your best teachers, especially in the pre-K through 8 world. And so, conversation with another group, Chris, I think. It's very helpful. Thank you, sir.
So a lot of times in my presentations about accountability, I will say accountability doesn't attempt to measure everything that a school and district does well. And I'm hearing that in here. I'm kind of wondering, how can the state support schools and districts in communicating those things you do well that we don't currently communicate in our report card or in accountability measures? Are there things that could be consistent across districts that could be reported at the state level, descriptors, not necessarily scores?
I was glad you asked that because I thought about something a little earlier. We got different categories, and when we put, when you all publicized the data, you have like top 10 districts in overall A2, whatever, and you got top 10 districts in math or ELA or whatever. Then you show students with disability, top 10 districts, and then you show the bottom 10. And I really don't understand why we just necessarily show the, I got an idea why we show the bottom 10, but I feel like a category that reaches a lot of our state that don't get reported is, and I thought about this the other week when we were at the MSBA conference, and they have a certain award in the category for districts that may reach that A, B, or C status with 90% of more of your students on free and reduced lunch. And because that means something to a lot of the state, where I may not be that top 10 district, but I may be the #1 district in the state when it comes to educating students with free 90% or more with free and reduced lunch. And their particular category was A, B, or C. No school in the district is an F, and you had to have 90% or more. Those statistics and those categories, they mean something to a lot of the state. And so I would like to see, along with those top 10 and this, and the students with disability in the bottom 10, I would like to see us report top 10 districts in the state that, with students with 90% or higher free and reduced lunch.
And like you could do improvement from one year to the next.
Right.
Out of that group. You
Right.
know, you're at this level and you grew, you know, you're the top grower, you know, from the next, you know, things like that. Because our district is like, we have it all in one. And so I do like little things like that. I do teacher growth, to be honest with you.
I mean, it means something.
I flip those things
areas.
because, just to be honest, there are certain schools that they're not gonna have teachers on the high on the teacher growth because they don't have a lot of students at level 4, level 5, so they don't have bonus points. And so, there's gonna be certain schools that are just gonna be ranked high. So I do some trickeration or whatever you wanna call it with statistics, and I call it growth flipped on its head because of that, because they're never gonna be represented. We need to see who's doing well there too.
Right, that's what I
I was just going to say, I had drafted a paper on the concept of tiered accountability from the state, federal, district, and school perspective. And the vision was kind of outlining which indicators could be pre-populated by the district. So you'd have your state tab on your school report card that populated your information from the state accountability report. But then there was also a district tab where superintendents or your data person could go in there and give the highlights. So there'd be, you know, an indicator of what was the FAFSA completion, what is your pre-K access and enrollment, how many kids leave your school and go on to the next step of college, career, military, workforce. And it allowed the districts to populate information that gave more context about course offerings, extracurricular offerings, how well students were doing, but it gave a lot of discretion to districts on what to report. It was just basically an open page for them. So it's not going to be you're comparing Ryan's district to someone else's district. It's just Ryan highlighting the good things that his district did. And then even if you didn't have a great data and superintendent person, the schools would each get their page too. So they could tab open and say, oh, we offer early supervision, so you can drop your student off at 6 if you want to have your kid here. We offer these particular courses and these after-school programs and this type of on-site tutoring, but just an opportunity for them to, I don't want to say compete with local schools, to say, you know, we're doing better. Come here. We'll make sure your kid gets what they need at our school. But just the opportunity for people to share more about what the context of the school is, but also having that, you know, link to the state report card that says you might be doing all these really great things, but we also have to make sure kids are proficient in making growth and graduating on time too. So those minimum expectations, but just more opportunity on a larger platform to be able to share that information.
I wonder if putting a grade and the number beside it is that important. I wonder if we just reported out the grade and took away the number competition A through F. That would have, I've heard it everywhere. We're teaching test takers as competition. All of that's good for growth at the end of the day, but at some point, how do we have a large number of C school districts. And then we get down to whether or not they're on this end or that end of the scale. That's what creates the competition piece. That should be local information for them to get better. I'm just wondering if that may be a solution on reporting out. Again, that may not be this task force, but it's just a way to, we're going to figure out how to end the competition in some ways.
Glenn, I was thinking the exact same thing. I appreciate you saying that. And that's coming from some districts that are always at the top of the chart, right? But it's almost unhealthy competition. Gulfport's an A, they're an A. What does it matter if they're ranked first or 25th? And there may be an answer to that, I don't know. But I do think it creates unhealthy competition sometimes. That would be helpful. Is there an answer to that? Is there a reason that you have that?
I'm just smiling because I'm thinking, I know some districts that are going to calculate their score and try to figure out where they are.
And I believe we can give those scores to districts, but how do we, on your child's report card, it's probably a 50-50 chance that you see an A and a number. Most school districts have the number, they have the grade. And I'm just wondering if that's not a way to help ease the tension, on what would, the good work that we are doing, but, you know, across the state. But
And again, to your point, Lynn, it's counterproductive to those 11 districts that we do have those other district metrics that we are measuring, because all our people see, well, if Oxford slips down to outside of the top 5, then the district measures all of a sudden, they have less value to other people, right? Not that we ever want to dip down to that. I'm just saying that that ranking in a lot of our communities can be a stigma just as much as it can be helpful.
Well, colleagues, I'm going to invite us to draw this session to a close. This accomplished our ambitions, which was really to stimulate great conversation and idea generation. So thank you for that. My notes are robust here, so we've got a lot that we can follow up on. I see that lunch is here. It's about 5 minutes after 12. So why don't we come back? If we can come back at 1, that'd be great. So a 55-minute lunch might feel like luxury to those of you in the school. So we'll come back at 1 o'clock and resume the agenda. Thank you. keep moving in the agenda. I think we're going to have to give up on our hopes of getting a projector, but I'm glad we have the printed copies to work from. This next topic is we're going to approach in a similar way we did the last, but except for having group discussion. We want to take up the topic of growth, and it's sort of at a similar place. As you'll see if you look in the printed copies at slide 30. Let me flip to it myself. That's slide 30, which is on page 15. Growth is another area for which the department has received some feedback and suggestions, and we're kind of in the same place in the way we're approaching the topic here with this task force. Before we deeply pursue any one option, we want to talk with the members of this committee to see what your priorities are and if you have any guidance about how to focus resources. Some of the suggestions and feedback the department's received is things like equal credit should be given for levels 4 and 5, that growth needs to be examined because of a perceived lack of sensitivity above level 3. For example, that might inspire somebody to say, well, we need a 3C in addition to a 3A and a 3B. I see some smiles of recognition. I think some people have heard about this or we've talked about this in the past. Some kind of approach to give partial credit for maintaining level 3. Now that's below proficient, so that would be that'd be a policy decision. That'd be something that we'd want to be able to defend. More weight given to students showing progress from levels within and across 1 through 3. So not a necessarily exhaustive list, but just an example of the kind of suggestions and feedback that make their way to the department and have caused us to put this on the agenda. And in fact, I think at the close of our last meeting, many of you invited us to think about some of these kinds of issues. So this probably sounds familiar. In the next 2 slides, and I won't spend much time on them because I think it's probably well familiar to the people in this group. We just provide you a little background information on how growth is calculated, just to help you get your head around it if it's something that you're not as familiar with as you'd hope to be. The growth in Mississippi uses what we commonly call a transition table model, where it awards progress from one category to the next. And as you'll see, there are 8 categories, 2 in level 1, 2 in level 2, 2 in level 3, and then 4 and 5. And in most cases, movement from one level to another gets you 1 point, but there are some conditions where you get 1.25 points, such as moving more than moving 2 levels or moving to level 5. And then in slide 32, you'll see a more detailed portrayal of how points are awarded in growth, in case you need that as a reference. So, as pledged, that was a succinct introduction to communicate some of the feedback we've gotten and to help you give you a framing on the model. This would definitely work better if we had technology. So this one I wish we had paper for. But we put together a form. It's very brief, and we thought this would be a good way to take the temperature of the room before we go into discussion. So, I'll pause. Any clarifying questions on how I've teed it up so far? Just the nature of the feedback, or any questions about the growth model? Okay. So then, without delay, I'd love you to spend. It'll only take 2 minutes to fill out this quick little survey. If you've got phone, I see some of you have it, you could scan the QR code and you'll access the form. If you're working on a machine, you can just type in that URL, that tinyurl.com, BDETMATU. And where we'll be limited is I won't be able to display the results, but I'll speak to them once we have a chance to hear your feedback. in just a minute, I'm going to display the feedback we collected from this form. If I'll do it on Teams, so if you're on the Teams meeting, you'll see it shared on your computer. If you're able to see that monitor or that screen, you'll see it. I wouldn't be offended if you wanted to get up and look at that screen so you can see it better, but I will go over it. So in case you're not in a place where it's visible. We have a wide range of feedback. Yeah, that's right. I didn't do multiple choice questions, so I deserve what I'm getting. All right, let me see if I can share this. If you're still working on your feedback, that's fine. The survey won't close, but I am going to display what we have here. Share. All right, I'm good. Good. So if you're able to connect over Teams, I'll see if I can zoom in. Let's see here. Okay, so if you're able to see it over Teams, and again, if you want to position in front of that monitor or that screen there, that's okay too. But the purpose here is we want to see if we can identify some overall themes and feedback so we know what the guidance of the task force is. I'll scan through this, but I'll be very happy for people that added contributions to speak to those contributions. You don't have to, you can remain anonymous, but if you want to share with us a little more fully, your feedback, we'll be glad to hear this. So what aspects are strong and should be preserved? Growth within 1 through 3, totals for proficiency in the 4 content areas of the accountability model, the movement from level, awarding points, moving students forward, focus on growth of the student. I'll just pick up the pace here. There's a lot of similar comments that tell me that the structure of the model, the transition table structure, is something that many people support, and the concept of having it in accountability is something that people support. The half-step division of the lowest 3 score ranges, so dividing it up in those ranges and the additional points. Go from lower level to top level, receiving 1 point. For example, 2A to 2B equals 1 point. Keep this. It's important for growth schools. Also moving anywhere in the model to level 5. So, all these are things that your colleagues said were important and should be preserved. The weights, it weights heavy in the model, as Dr. Taylor said. That should stay, but keep our system as it is now, where it is very heavily based on 1 test at the end of the year. Now here are your ideas for aspects that should be adjusted. So this looks like a partial credit recommendation, a half point for 3 on science. The idea of a 3C, receiving support. More growth should be given for students who grow from 1A to 3A and or beyond. Add another level for students staying at 3, perhaps a 3C. Of course, we could sort of treat those separately. Level 3 has a wide gap for moving up 1 level to the next, so adjustments in level 3 would be beneficial. Somebody does not prefer the focus on the low 25, adding points for performance level 3. So there does seem to be a number of task force members who really want to focus on performance level 3 and whether it's appropriately, I'll call it granular. So here's a suggestion perhaps about the weight, 300 points. Here's a statement that advises against revision. Current model ensures schools are getting credit only for students who are improving achievement towards proficient and advanced. Extending out to level 3 should be addressed and discussed when factoring in statistically how the percentage requirements increase and widens the gap from elementary to middle. Since the growth of the lowest 25% is already in the growth of all calculation, it should have lesser weight. As a standalone category, growth to proficiency from level 3 should receive great weight, but possible not as much weight as growth to advanced. You should consider looking at passing or 3 differently. Strive for a model that pushes districts to understand that growth from 1A to 3 is the next vital step. If students move more than one proficiency level, they should receive more than 1.25 points, perhaps a 1.5. Also, level 3 should possibly be reviewed because that's on grade level and hard to move from a level 3 to proficiency. Adjust level 3 for high schools. And then here's a comment that invites a look at the previous growth model in lieu of the transition table. So if I had to point to an area of revision that seems to have the most support, it was really this focus on the level 3 and whether that's granular enough. And then I think there's a number of suggestions about the weights I think we should explore. Then let's look at the, we do have some charts here to see your opinion of the growth weights. It's quite split, and that's okay. So for overall growth, as opposed to low 25, it looks like there's a strong plurality that feel the weights are appropriate. A few said that the weights are too low, and some others said, at least one person said too high. There's a little bit more difference for growth low 25. There's still a plurality of voices that say keep the weights as they are. And it looks like it's split for almost perfectly split for those that would advise adjusting them, and some saying they need to be higher and some saying they're too high. So there's a range of views. That's a healthy thing for a committee like this, is that we have diverse membership that have diverse perspectives. Before we dive into any one topic, let me give task force members an opportunity to speak to some of your written comments. Maybe if you put a comment in and you'd like to unpack it a little bit for the group, I'd love to have you give voice to your ideas.
December the 5th, 2019, I have notes when we talked about 3C. And TAC actually looked at it. And so, because it was a hotly debated topic. And then TAC looked at, was it just because that is the highest category that where you have to move? Because think about it, in 4 you just stay a 4, 5 you just stay a 5, 3 you still have to move, right? You have to move from 3A to 3B. So is that just the way it works because of that, or is there actually a statistical problem? And TAC decided it wasn't a statistical problem per se. We ran, I think we asked y'all to run, I got on here, yeah, y'all were going to run numbers. I think COVID happened right after this. And so, but y'all were going to run numbers for the state. I actually ran them for DeSoto County and created a 3C. It's pretty easy to divide it up. And things like that, just to see what it looks like. But I think it kind of, I don't know, we didn't go forward for that meeting, but we had a long discussion about it. So, and we actually, one thing I did too is I broke up 4 and 5 and asked y'all to do this. I broke up 4 and 5 into A and B to just play a game to see if the same thing happened, just because, you know, well, that's the highest level now where you have to move. So did the percentages all go down? Because what we were basing it on is if you look at percentages, 3A and 3B, or 3A and 3B growth is the lowest statewide. Alan actually presented those percentages for statewide. We'd never seen them. We'd all speculated. I'd ran them in our district a lot. But they were 3A and 3B percentage growth. When you just take extra points out, it's just straight percentage. then it's lowest by far. So before, I will say, playing the game 4A and 4B, a 4A, 4B, a 5A, a 5B, it did just kind of do this, because those are the highest levels. So they were actually lower if you made a move than just staying in that level. So that was a highly discussed issue that day.
I commented the way that the model is broken down. We have minimum, basic, and then we just got passing, and then it goes proficient and advanced. In my mind, passing means something. And if I'm fourth grade and I'm a 3B, and then I'm fifth grade and I'm a 3B, and assuming that test in fifth grader was not at the same rigor as the test in fourth grade, and I maintain that 3B, I think if we 1 and 2, we're not passing. You should not receive anything unless you move along the current growth steps. But if I'm 3A and I move to 3B, that's growth. But if I'm 3B, I think that should count for something, even if it's a half a point. I know we did that with the old growth model. You would get proficient, or you score basic or something, you got like a half a point. I think 3, the way that we describe it, minimum, basic, passing. I think if I'm 3B this year and I'm 3B next year, I have met some growth to maintain that 3B on a much more rigorous assessment the previous year. And that could count at least for a half a point of growth if I don't ever get that kid to a 4, because it is difficult.
Okay. If you break it out into 3 levels, yes, it might be easier to go from a 3B to a 3C, but it's also just as easy to go from a 3C to a 3B. So it works both ways when you further split out the levels. So instead of just getting extra point here, you might be losing a point there. So I would not be in favor of doing the 3 levels. The second thing is with respect to the 3B meaning something, it does. But you can also make the same case of, well, a student scored at 1A on the next higher grade level test, so it shows that they made a year's worth of progress too. And I bring this point up because it was, Mississippi educators got together for standard setting and decided that 4, right, was your proficiency expectation. And so it's not just a random judgment of, the department, but Mississippi educators came together and said, a student's ready to move on to the next grade or has mastered grade level content if they score at a 4. So incentivizing a 3B, it's tough to get kids up to a 4, but that was an educator-determined thing in Mississippi too. So thinking about that maybe next time you do standard setting on achievement, and just making sure that what we're awarding schools credit for is meaningful to the student. And if it's meaningful to the student to be proficient, we should be rewarding, getting across that bar from 3B to 4. And whether your proficiency expectation is too high or not, that's another conversation for your TAC and for the standard setting process. But it is pretty well in line with what a lot of other states are saying as far as differences between NAEP scores and state scores and how people set expectations. So just remember, any way you make it easier to make growth, you also make it easier going the other direction too, if you split it out into 3 levels, and then, respecting what the standard setting committee did with respect to setting proficiency expectations for Mississippi kids based on your standards.
And I agree with the 3-level part. I don't agree that it's making it easier for them to meet growth with at that 3B level because again, passing means something. And we went back to the 1A and the 1B. Well, you getting something for 1A and 1B, but you're not even at the passing. Why do we have passing sitting in the middle when we call it passing if it doesn't mean anything? That's what I'm saying. It says passing, you've passed this assessment. That's what we call it, passing. So we passed the assessment. What does that count for? I passed the assessment from one grade to the next, and I got 0 points. So if we're going to use that language and we keep the 3 as passing, then we need to find some type of way. And the incentive is there to get to a 4 because I'm going to get the 1.25. So it's not like I'm content with being a 3B. I want that 4 because I get that 1.25. So I'm not content, but then I'm not losing anything because, or just take those. If I'm 3B this year and I'm 3B the next year, just take them out. Don't let them count against you. They don't necessarily count for you, but then they don't hurt you at the same time.
Other thoughts? Well, I appreciate, Ryan, you reflecting back on some of the inquiry we've had about this in the past. And I think one of the questions that we asked ourselves when we looked at this before, and I might suggest that it would be appropriate to raise that question again, is there's 2 hypotheses here. One is that students are, or at least 2, I could think of more, students are actually growing in ways that are favorable and desirable, but the model's not well specified to pick up on that growth. So we need to change the model. Another hypothesis is the model is accurately reflecting that students tend to be stable and there's no growth to detect. And we can put some of that to the test. We can see, and again, is it just variation that's not indistinguishable from noise in that region, or are we seeing patterns of progress in that region that the model's not detecting very well? I think that was the focus of tax inquiry. So it does seem like a logical next step would be for us to do a deeper scrutiny to see what we're observing. And right, if we're looking at, and we can look at impact. It's always I think this committee has a tradition of doing that, and I think it's a smart tradition of saying if we're imagining a potential change, what would be the impact of that change, and importantly, what schools and groups would be advantaged or disadvantaged. And I think that's part of a thoughtful way for us to put some more information on the table for us to look at. But Mr. East has got a comment.
I'm embarrassed because I don't have my source in front of me, and so when I speak, I have to go back and make sure I don't misquote the source. But I believe that statistically, that well, first we need to remember historically also that there's a document that floats around superintendents that called 3B grade level. And we need to find that document and see if we still believe that piece. And so that's where the past piece came in, I think. And then I think as a state, we chose 4 because that was what we were trying to do, is prove that Mississippi kids can compete on NAEP and everywhere else. So I'm cool with that conversation. But then to your point, there's some data out there that talks about and you doctors of statistics can help me, call me a liar if you need to, because my source is not with me. But it is very easy to improve the top third. It is very easy to improve the bottom third. I did not say to what level, I just said to improve. And then the middle third is the more difficult to increase. And I don't know if that's old bell curve research. Again, I'm embarrassed because I can't call my source. My file cabinets don't work like they used to. I look at this as we have done a great job with the current growth model moving students forward. We can't deny that. Our NAEP scores have improved. I look at this at how do we move forward, and I was the one with the too philosophical. How do we move forward with a growth model that if you're proficient, you're proficient? And we have, and the argument is, I think I'm hearing what you're saying. So if you're in the 5th grade and you have a 50-item test, and you move to the 6th grade and you have a 60 or 65-item test, and you happen to miss 3 more questions in that next year, you're still proficient, but then you can drop back. But you're still proficient. And so you shouldn't be punished for that year's growth. You have a year's growth, you just didn't grow to exponentially get to the next level. So the 3B is intriguing to me, not alone, but how do we do a model that pushes school districts to understand getting to 3B and where that ends up being may be the important next step in our state, and trying to get the bottom third that we know statistically can grow faster than the 3B world. And I have no source, Doctor. I should have my source in front of me, and I don't.
I think all of these ideas lend themselves to some further study, and I think that's your point, and I think it's a great point. I will say, though, some of what we're talking about, let me be very fair, are just straight policy decisions. So an example of that would be what happens to a student who stays 3B? That's just a policy decision. Right now, the model says you got to move to proficient in order to get a point. If you stay 3B, you don't get a point. Not really a lot of analysis to do there. Does that deserve a point or not? That's a policy decision.
And I'm wondering, this discussion has been around for several years, but is the descriptor passing something that's appropriate? Should it be approaching? Yeah. Approaching proficiency. Third grade.
That's into that. Which side? That's into that.
I do think that, back to his point, I do think that if we're thinking about growth inside the level 3, and 3A is passing, or the bottom, whatever number of question it is or points it is for level 3, that 3B does have a different sense of value, as in being the step, as Mr. East was saying, in between passing and next level of proficiency. If we're going to use that term 3 as passing as it is written. I do think in my mind, there's a difference in being a 3A in passing and then rewarding something that is in between just that low passing score and proficiency. Great point as well, yeah. Yeah.
If I remember correctly, the reason 3 is considered passing is a policy decision based on Reading Promotion Act. So I think that they had to have the right terminology because they couldn't use proficient because then too many students would be eligible for retention. And so that tripped us up. When they did standard setting, and it's a long formal process some of you probably have participated in, they set proficiency expectations at level 4. They did not distinguish between 3A and 3B. That's something this group did with the assistance of the TAC, looking at the recommendations that were being made. And so there isn't a achievement level descriptor difference between 3A and 3B. And I think that's part of the challenge here is the standard setting committee said it's 3, and it's going to be called passing because of the Third Grade Promotion Act, irrespective of what we did with policy for accountability. And I understand this is totally a policy decision, but there's more at play because too, if you change your achievement level descriptor and make 3B now proficient, that changes what you've told the feds for your federal accountability plan, which will open that back up to.
So you're not wrong to bring that up. This would cause an amendment for sure.
It would cause a lot of other things to change too. So I think a lot of it's in the naming.
Right. So I feel like there's kind of 3 categories of thought here. Let's see if people agree with my summary. There's some, first category is leave it alone. Second category is we still value progress, but we need to investigate to make sure it's well suited to detect and award progress. I think that's at least partially, if not mostly, an empirical question. I think there's some data we need to put to that. And I think the third category is it's not as much about progress as it is about providing an appropriate reward for an accomplishment. And that's more of a policy. So if you're in camp 3, you might be saying, and I'm not being multiple camps, I don't know. If you're in the third camp, you might be saying, I just want to give a point to staying in 3B, or I just want to give a half a point to staying in 3B. That's a policy decision. And we can run the impact of that and see what difference that makes with legacy data and so forth. But if you're in the second camp, you might be more inspired by the kind of questions that I think the TAC has taken up in the past, which is to say, what do we know about sensitivity and progress of students? So if you're in that camp, you might be saying, I don't ever want to award a student below proficient for languishing, for either staying the same or dropping. So you got to at least convince me they're making some progress. Now, what unit of progress and what award, that's something we should inspect together. So I don't know if you guys are sort of following the different camps I'm in. Like, do you demand progress of students in level 3? And if so, let's calibrate it correctly. Or do you think that all of 3 or part of 3 is sufficient to provide an award for staying in that? So these are the 2 camps I think we ought to just be honest about. Yeah. And just to put a finer point on what Dr. Hernandez said, which is exactly right, if we change, well, really anything we're talking about, keeping a point for, having a point or half a point or something for 3B or adding a category, the department would have to modify the accountability plan and send it to USED for approval. And it's not a layup. I don't know if that's awarding probably something that awards progress differently within level 3, I think is a promising candidate for approval, but awarding stability in level 3, I'm less certain about, but I know I work for the U.S. Department of Ed, so I don't know.
I guess the question is if 4 and 5s are proficient, so you're proficient, and if you missed 2 here, 3 there, you've still shown that year's growth. But how do we, as a state, take the emphasis off of that more to get more emphasis on the 3Bs to possibly get them to the 4? And data that I would be interested in is what is the percentage of students that we get to 3B that stay there from the time they earn it through the end of our assessment model? And likewise, what is the percentage of 4s that stay there until we get to the end of our assessment model? And so you've got a gentleman that was with the State Department going around saying that at 4, 62% of the people in a 4 stay there through, and I just want to make sure that's verified. And if that's true for 3B, then that goes back to my point, is how do we leave these 4s and 5s, and I'm assuming Mississippians don't want those kids to go backwards, don't get me wrong, and be able to work more diligently on the 3Bs, because your thing is not proficiency at 3B, it's passing at 3B. But how do we get them to move from 3B to 4, where if the data's right, once they're there, they stay longer? I think that's a camp you talked about, but that's the details that need to be in that camp.
Third camp. If we use the language approaching proficiency, could we do a 0.5 for staying at a 3B and we're giving credit and justifying that because they're approaching proficiency, but it still rewards someone that has made a year's growth, just hasn't reached, it kind of settles both arguments. Right, but but if they stayed in 3B, because they don't get anything if they stay in 3B, so if we awarded them at least half a point for staying in 3B or awarding them a point for staying in 3B, but we call it approaching proficiency at that level.
I agree.
I don't agree with saying approaching proficiency. I do agree possibly after the data is collected that somehow passing matters, because passing to me is a year's growth. It's still not proficient. Unless that original document is true. It said 3B was passing, and I think it may have been changed to approaching. If you start saying approaching proficiency, you're giving a false narrative, in my opinion. Where if you're saying they're passing, they're staying there, they're getting the minimum that we're going to be able to, that we're providing all the way through graduation or whatever. So if you start using proficiency in the 3 world, I think that is a mistake. Linguistically, well. So is 3B passing? That's the question. And that's where the data has to come through. And my contention is that we have a lot of districts and schools that we are fighting to keep the 4s and the 5s. And look, I'm going to say it now, for the wrong reason. We're worried about these scores that come out at the end of the year and not student achievement. But as long as NAEP is going up, that's where we need to be. So if you can keep these 4s and 5s and allow some school districts to spend more time at 3B and that not go down, that to me is the next step. How to get the 1As to the 3As and then the 3Bs. Does that make sense?
I feel like we have some clarity enough to bring some information to inform some of these questions to a subsequent meeting. So again, here's what I've learned so far. Focusing on growth or lack thereof in level 3 is a high priority topic for this task force. So that's one thing that's come up from this exercise. That's clarifying and helpful. Thank you. We've elicited 2 prominent points of view, which some people may actually support both of them, about whether or not some award for stability in level 3 should be contemplated, or different ways of measuring progress in level 3 should be developed. Those are all subject to deeper understanding through some analysis. So we can do everything from, I'm looking at Deborah over there, who's such a talented analyst. We can put transition, put tables together to show over time, as Mr. East was saying, who's staying and who's moving and how likely that is. we can go back to legacy data. So easy for me to promise other people work, isn't it? We can go back to legacy data and say, well, what would happen if we put in a 3C, or what would happen if we awarded a point or a half a point? So we can strategize after this meeting about ways to help this committee help inform these conversations through some data. So that seems clear to me, and I feel like we've got some great ideas from the task force, so thank you for that. But before we move off of growth, then let me just ask, were there other aspects, because we covered a wide range and level 3 was prominent, were there other things that folks want to make a case for to say we need to do a deeper dive in that area too, whether it's the weights, I won't put words in your mouth. Looks like you're about to say something, so go for it.
The last bullet on page 30, if we could look at that. Like if a child is skipping a proficiency level and they're going from minimal to pass or from basic to proficient, can they receive more than 1.25?
So let me say that back. So you're suggesting that we explore giving more points to students who progress
More than a level.
In levels 1 through 3.
Or it could be from a 2 to a 4 if they skip a level.
Make sure I understand correctly what the current rule is.
Right now it's 1.25 if they skip the proficiency level. I mean, from a 1 to a 3 or a 2 to a 4. No, I'm not saying the same rule, but more weight.
Right. Is that your suggestion that, so moving 2 levels gets you 1.25 point, you're wondering if it should be more,
1.5.
particularly if it's in levels 1 through 3? Any response to that suggestion, colleagues?
These are the kids that are at risk of failing. I mean,
With the understanding that we know, though, if they go back from that 3 to 1, they're going to lose that 1.5, right? Or if they go,
4 years, you mean?
yeah, whatever the next thing is. But then, so if they go from, let's just say 3A to 2, they're going to lose that one.
Nothing. Right.
Well, they're going to lose because they've gone negative growth. Okay.
Okay, well, we'll add that to the list of things to look at. It helps me, it helps us if we can keep our list streamlined. I appear in a couple priorities. So, is there anything else, any advice you'd give us about exploring growth before we transition to the next topic, Ryan?
I will add to Crystal's comment, when you looked at your data, the biggest all growth, there was a lot of people who felt like the weights were fine, right? But it was very split in low 25. The group she's talking about applies to low 25 because that's the only possibility, because 1 to 3, 2 to 4 are your only options here. So that's in your low performing. So you are addressing where a lot of people feel an area that needs to be addressed. And so, because there's only 2 possibilities, again, to jump 2 levels. It's 1 to 3 or 2 to 4. There's not another one. And so 1 and 2 kids are probably in most people's low performing. So I think, it's worth considering. I remember when we did this, that was back in 2017. I think it was December 5th again. But that originally was, that was debated about, like, are these 2 things equal, keeping a 5 or a 4 to a 5 or 2 levels and that kind of stuff. So we have to evaluate, is that equal? I mean, I think most educators in here would tell you it's pretty hard to go from 2 to 4 in most years, 1 to 3 in most years. So that's something, it's definitely something to consider.
Talking about different growth boxes on the, and just what the survey made me think about is just looking at some of our data, especially since COVID, with growth being 4 of the 7 boxes on the elementary model, which is more than 50% of that model, but then looking at growth being 40% on the high school district. One of the things that we're seeing in some of our data is that at the elementary level, well, and it would be the middle school level as well, 3 through 8, that there are potentially greater swings in, let's say, performance of schools at the elementary middle level than there might be at the high school level. And so just because growth is much more of the 700-point model, as well as the 600-point model for K2, than it is for 1,000-point districts or for schools. So I didn't know if anybody else was seeing some of that, if that's just something that came to mind when you were asking about are these growth boxes weighted too much or not enough, et cetera. That's just something that came to mind.
Other comments, advice, priorities for growth before we transition? Okay, we're a little ahead of schedule, but I also, that's good news because I want to come back to a topic that we talked about a little earlier today, and maybe we'll do that now, and then we'll go to break, and then we'll come back. We'll talk about absenteeism, hear your priorities, and then adjourn. So one of the things that came up this morning, we were talking about, really multiple issues with the persistent disruption of the pandemic and the lack of test scores in 2020. When Alan went over the business rules, I think it's only fair to say to the task force that our window for dealing with business rule changes is closing rapidly, and we want to get as much advice as we can now if we're going to make any more changes. We want to make sure, we want to come back to the table and see what advice or recommendations you might have, in particular on the issue of the lack of data in 2020, which I think almost exclusively impacts seventh graders who would have taken algebra then, and whether this task force would recommend a tweak to the rules this year, presumably one that's logically consistent with the one that we did to deal with missing test scores in previous year, which is to allow any district that has missing data for seventh graders to use seventh grade examinees in the current year as a proxy for the lack of those values in the bank. So I didn't state that as elegantly as I would have liked to, but that's an issue that we didn't want to blow past, is what I'm saying. We want to give you a chance to think about that and make a case if you think that's among the business rules that the department should pursue or not.
Well, it obviously affects our district. Not significantly, maybe a strong word, but it certainly affects our proficiency and growth rates because we do have a population of seventh graders that take Algebra 1 that were included, I guess you would say, in the model last year that it will drop off. So in other words, there's really nowhere for our proficiency rate to increase. It's going to decrease from last year to this year just simply because we lost those seventh grade scores. The only recommendation that I think would be feasible was what we had discussed a little earlier, would be allowing those seventh graders that are currently in the model or currently taking seventh grade algebra this year to be able to count this year in the model, even though those scores wouldn't be banked.
I pulled up the rule, temporary rule, for last year that was applied, just as a reminder. So this rule said that in lieu of using banked scores, which the attempt last year was to remove banked scores, not necessarily to address missing scores. We would use the current year into course assessment for accountability in the current year, but I would also bank it. So the proposal in this situation would be to use 7th grade scores from the current school year, but they would also be banked for 8th grade.
Well, and it also extends then to the 8th graders of 21 having no prior year score, which we resolved previously by doing skip growth back to 6th grade for those students as well. So just kind of a twofold situation, which may also extend to more of y'all than just 7th grade algebra, because there may be more of y'all who also have 8th grade algebra as well involved.
So it'd be helpful if we could get the voice of the task force on this. What response does the task force have on this?
So really, correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm missing something, but the data shows we have 2 districts with a 7th grade Algebra 1 program, Oxford and Madison. So those would be the 2 primary districts affected by this proposed change. From the department's perspective, I think I can speak fairly well for this. We don't want to create a situation in accountability that produces a negative incentive or disincentive for districts to test students in algebra in the 7th or 8th grade if they choose to do so. And we've worked in accountability business rules in the past to remove those barriers, such as how we include students in the low 25. So I think from the department's perspective, we're concerned that we don't want to allow for there to be a disincentive for our students who take Algebra 1 early to be able to do so. We don't want there to be a accountability impact specifically to those districts that choose to do that.
Those 7th graders to get them. They have 7th graders that they want to count this year toward algebra achievement. Those 7th graders were also banked for the time that they finally reached a grade where we would do that. And so this group will count twice.
Yes, in the same manner as intercourse assessments did last year.
One more time, Alan.
In the same manner, the same.
This group will get them back to their normal banking, whatever they have to do.
Yes, these 2 districts have a unique impact because of the amount of students that they test in 7th grade algebra. Yeah, all end-of-course assessments.
and they've already started an algebra class, and we don't deny them to take that algebra class. So it's not near the numbers you're talking about, but we're not going to tell a kid that transfers maybe based from Virginia, no, you have to go take 8th grade math, or 7th grade math.
Yeah, and Oxford and Madison are not the only two districts that have algebra scores from the 7th grade. They're just the two that are very prominently have large numbers of 7th grade algebra 1 test takers.
I think the principle we'd be operating under, because we talked to us for 2 different problems with the disruption, but the reason we're coming back to this one is the principle we're operating under is when data are missing, should the department implement a remedy to recover those missing data, which is different from the 21 scores in my judgment that are there, but there's just different points of view about whether they should be used.
I guess you went into the thought of, like, going back to the rankings and seeing the school districts on the, when the data comes out and all of that. It won't.
Okay. I can hear you.
Just thinking about, it's not, I don't know what I'm saying, because they're going to do well anyway. So I don't know. So it comes to, we do it, yes. If we don't, still fine, So I don't know how it would affect them. I'm not in one of those districts, so maybe we can hear from them how y'all feel about it. Because it's, I don't think it would be de-incentivize or be a negative. I don't feel that it would.
Yeah, no, I think really here, reason why we're considering this is that these two districts they're the only 2 districts with this lingering impact. Everybody else is, it's been flushed out. It was last year when we counted all end-of-course assessments, regardless of what grade students were enrolled in, and banked. So they're counting twice. So these 2 districts have a lingering impact from these that we created a waiver for last year. Not a waiver, but a different way of calculating. So the request is to allow them to continue to have this adjustment.
Problem for this year?
Just for this year.
Did they offer their recommendation?
What's that?
The 2 schools. Are we making?
They're in the room.
That's what I'm like. That's what I want to hear.
Yeah,
what y'all want us to do?
We have representatives from both districts in the room, and they can speak to that.
Affecting you.
I would be more than pleased if you allow because Alan is right. This is the lingering effect, right? Every other kid has been counted except for those 7th graders that took algebra in 2019 that were not assessed, right? The banking, or not allowing the banking last year, took care of that, except for this cohort of group, which only affects our 2 districts.
Yeah, so no testing in 20, and obviously we're 3 years removed now. So who tested in 20? That would be 10th graders in 23, 7th graders. And that's why, so last year it was a very big deal because we had a lot of 8th graders. There are a smaller number of 7th graders that, as we understand, disproportionately affect 2 districts, but perhaps not, I don't know as well as Alan and his colleagues do, but not exclusively those 2 districts, but disproportionately those 2 districts. Of the 7th graders.
Alan, as I appreciate it, you already have that power in the business rules as a State Department. You already have that power not to hurt those students. What I'm saying, there's a rule that allows you to make that adjustment already. Isn't that what you said earlier? I heard you.
There's a business rule that is still in there that made this adjustment last year. So we would need to add something to say for districts who assess students in Algebra 1 in the 7th grade, those scores would be included for accountability purposes in the current year and banked until the students reach the 10th grade.
Yeah, the text you're displaying now is very clear that it's 21-22 school year only. So it's not a blank check.
You know, we couldn't reuse this particular language, but we could add something.
So the 8th graders that tested last year, they're not counting. They're back to normal rules. Well, they won't count till they're in 10th grade, correct? Mm-hmm. So, okay. I mean, if we want to do it, I'm fine with doing it. We're not counting, but these students tested in 1920, right? Or, well, would have tested in 1920. And no one got scores in 1920, so everybody missed their high kids. So we're all in the same boat. I think the only issue is that they got them counted last year, so I agree with his point, like, theoretically, statistically, very hard to go up. When you got them counted last year, you're not going to get them counted this year, so I understand that point. I guess from all of our perspective, though, so for instance, we're a 4x4 district. We tested in fall 2019, high kids. We test high kids in the fall. We never got those counted. You know what I mean? So I don't know. It's, to me, you know, that's just part of how it ended up. You know, so but I'm not against doing it. If but our reasoning is I don't think it's exactly in line with what we're saying here. To be honest, I think we're doing it because they're going to go down, and they're going to be able to explain that. But I think the rest of the districts, you know, we all kind of had a situation where we lost those scores. We lost high kids. 7th grade, your high kids. We lost our high kids there, and we never got them. It just happens that y'all can do something about it this year. Those times have gone for us. So that's just one point, as I'm thinking out loud about it or whatever. But I'm not against it. You know.
It's kind of hard to respond to that. Particularly, I don't see this as a. I see this as more of a continuation of the adjustment to the rule to apply to districts that choose to give Algebra 1 in the 7th grade, who are going to be negatively impacted because they choose to do that. And I'm concerned about the unintended consequences. As I mentioned earlier, the disincentives to test students when they're ready to test in Algebra 1.
We shouldn't incentivize or disincentivize. So you're incentivizing with this move.
No. I think it's making the adjustment fair, applied fairly.
So, but that's why I asked the 8th grade question. So no student under last year's thing was going to count all the way through until they were in 10th grade. They were going to count that year in 10th grade year. That's how we wrote the rule. So the 8th graders aren't counting 3 years. They counted the 8th grade year and the 10th grade year. So that's why I think our reasoning that we're going to count these the 7th grade year, these students, and then they won't count again until they're in 10th grade. That's how we're going to write the rule. They won't count 8th or 9th.
Again, I think the impetus and the rationale that might accompany it is, again, without putting my thumb on the scale, is it's a logically consistent continuation of the policy that the board and this task force worked together on to account for missing data due to the pandemic. And it's, and again, like, it's a harder trail to follow to say kind of whose high performers counted and to what degree and not. I mean, presumably there's, well, I don't know. I didn't know enough to say more about that. But I don't know why more students are testing in seventh grade in those districts, but those are scores that we're proposing to, or we're asking you to provide some feedback on recovering in the same way that we recovered missing data in previous years. Yeah, so this conversation has sort of a peculiar cadence to it. I don't, it seems like with a lot of, not a lot of strong points of view on either side. But is there, let me ask it like this. Is there anybody on the task force that disagrees with the department making an adjustment to the business rule so that any district, and we know, we've been very transparent, that predominantly affects two, who have missing test scores in 2020, because those students were in seventh grade at the time, would get a chance to replace those with examinees in the current year in those courses that are not available to draw from the bank.
May I ask a clarifying question?
Of course.
From Mr. Pasek, from Madison. When you mentioned your proposal about the seventh graders, you had a twofold dilemma there, right? Did you also mention something about eighth graders and that growth that would be lost for those students as well?
Yeah, I admit 21 eighth graders, they don't currently have a baseline score for growth of all to be determined from as well. Yes.
Were you proposing that there be some adjustment for them as well, or just the seventh graders?
Be interested in having a conversation about that as well.
Thank you.
Well, if we applied the adjustment consistent with what we did last year, then they would just use current year seventh grade Algebra 1 test takers, and their growth would be calculated from sixth grade, which is going to be there. So they would have a proficiency and a growth measurement. Seventh grade Algebra 1 test takers this year. Yeah.
I thought he was asking about the eighth graders who took Algebra 1.
So let me say back where I think we are, because this is important. Everybody's going to have the same process of 10th graders draw from the bank. That's going to count for proficiency, and their prior year performance is going to be the baseline for growth. Everybody. The only difference that we're talking about is seventh grade scores. Where students took, it's just algebra, where students took algebra in seventh grade, we will draw those scores instead of from 2020, where they don't exist. We'll draw them from 2023, the current year testers in 23, and they will get their 2022 priors as sixth graders for growth calculation. If my framing is off, then somebody should correct me.
And this is not to waver either way on this particular subject, but, and I guess I'm just getting lost with all these numbers. What happened to the ninth graders who was taking algebra in 2020? That we didn't test the same as these seventh graders who took algebra. What's the difference? I guess I'm trying to, what's the difference in those two groups?
That's my question. That's what I was getting at. There's no to me, there's no difference. They never counted. We lost those scores too. Everybody lost scores in 1920. That's what a pandemic does.
So ninth graders in 2020 would have been used in 2021, and accountability was weird in 21, so nobody cared, and it didn't matter. So that's what happened to ninth graders.
Yeah, we picked back up on accountability in 22, and at that point, we asked ourselves, where's the data that we need? And we said our biggest hole is in 2020, and that's for 10th graders that were 8th grade students. So we primarily talked in terms of, quote, fixing things for 8th grade examinees, and the fix for 8th grade examinees was what we talked about. We broke the banking tradition, instead went to I call it a trend approach, and that was on the good advice of this task force. And to be clear, and I give Ryan and a lot of others a lot of credit, that's not what we brought to this task force. The task force said, no, we can do better than what you brought, and you did. Yeah. Yeah.
So if you're looking for a recommendation, I think the precedent was set last year with how to use it and calculate it. Yeah, some kids fell out of the model. Your 2020 ninth graders, Ryan's 2019 seventh graders from the fall. But if you've already set a precedent, and there's already a rule for it and already a way to do it, I'm not opposed to it. So I guess
That's how I feel. I'm not opposed to it. I'm not going to vote against it. I just, I don't think it's, as easy as we were, acting like a continuation, because there's other factors here too, because it's 1920, and to his point. But I'm not going to vote against it or whatever. Stop it.
So, and this kind of takes us to where we talked about earlier about process. So, I want everybody to feel comfortable about the process here. If I ask if there's any objections and there's no objections, then I'm going to put that in the notes, and I think the department has their guidance. If somebody would like for me to call a vote, then we'll call a vote. Is there anybody that would like for me to call a vote? Absent that, are there any objections? Okay, I propose we go to break. So it's 2:18. Why don't we come back a few minutes after 2:30? Thank you all. It's helpful to have this wrapped up now. That's much better than having it linger. So the last new topic of the day before we hear from you about future priorities is to talk about attendance and absenteeism. This is a topic we forecasted earlier today. Again, we mostly just want to make space for your comments about that, but we have a few slides just to help us understand the topic broadly and Mississippi's current approach specifically. So this is another one where, as I signaled, there's been some feedback about potential improvements or revisions to the model. And among that feedback is that the state should consider attendance or absenteeism as an element in accountability. And what we want to do is just, again, review that with you today. If you're looking at the slides in the printout, we're on page 18, slide 35. So first, let's talk about how chronic absenteeism is calculated. And as I understand it, the state does calculate and report chronic absenteeism. It's not an element of the accountability model, which is what we're here to talk about, but it is data that is available. And you can see the slide here, slide 36, student enrollments based on the district's cumulative enrollment number. Students enrolled in more than one school that missed 10% of the time are included. Any student enrolled for at least 10 days and misses 10% is included. A student absent 10% or more of the time is included in the count. And then a student who misses 50% or more of the school day are counted as absent, and that started in 1819. That 10% definition is very consistent with what we're seeing in the research and what we're seeing with other states. Somebody mentioned Attendance Works earlier. They're probably the leading voice on this topic. Had a chance to interact with that team. Occasionally they're doing some good work and they put out some good research. And on slide 37, we just point to one of their documents, this one back in 2018. And in that document and in others, they make the case that there's a strong link between chronic absence and eroding outcomes that we care about, such as academic achievement and persistence. So we know it matters, is the short version of that. We know that students coming to school matters. That shouldn't shock anybody. And there's a lot of research that shows that there's some strong relationships between chronic absenteeism and students failing to achieve the outcomes that we care about the most. Thought you might be interested in hearing a little bit of how other states have approached this from an accountability perspective. As I noted earlier when we talked about the sort of broad measures of school quality student success, many states use chronic absenteeism either solely or as part of their school quality student success solution. So 35 states include chronic absenteeism. I would have drawn this data from the same Education Commission of the States review that's put together. As I noted before, along with college career ready indicators, it's the most prevalent. And the weights, if you look at how much influence states give chronic absenteeism, it generally ranges from as low as 5% to as high as 20%. So if this is something that the task force thinks we ought to pursue, then the manner in which it's going to influence results is going to matter. So we want to help you think about that a little bit as well. Thought I would just pull a few examples. There's actually not a ton of variation. If you said, hey, tell me how other states are implementing it, there's not a ton of variation here. Two states that do very similar things are Alabama and Illinois, which can give us a sense for how other states have approached this from accountability. Alabama defines it as students absent 18 or more days. That makes sense if you imagine that 180 is the expected period of enrollment, and that's 10%. Whether they do that proportionately, I'll say I don't know. What if the student's only enrolled for 90 of those days? Is it 9 days in that case? That's something we can pursue if that's of interest. Their weight in Alabama is 15% for elementary and middle schools and 10% for high schools. And they use the full range when they develop a score for chronic absenteeism. So they just take that rate and subtract it from 100. Of course, I don't want to state the obvious, but since chronic absenteeism, the higher it is, the less favorable it is. So you need to flip it, right? So if you want higher scores to have better influence in the system, so just subtracting that from 100 accomplishes that. So if you got a chronic absenteeism rate of 10%, then you get a score of 90. Illinois is another example. It's defined as missing 10% or more of days enrolled. Sorry about the typo there. For high schools, it's 10% of the influence. For elementary and middle, it's very substantial. It's 20% influence. And their calculation is just another mathematical way to get at the same thing. So they take the rate and they inverse it by multiplying it by -2, and then they add 100 to it. But it has the same impact insofar as they're trying to create a scale where obviously lower absenteeism rates lead to higher scores. One of the things they do in Illinois, though, is they don't want scores to go all the way down to 0. So the lowest you can get is 50. So that's why you see that little graph I put together there that shows the chronic absenteeism rate on the X or horizontal axis, the points on the Y or vertical axis, and then once you get to 50, that's the lowest score. So I think the idea is that they don't want it to have more influence for schools that have exceptionally high rates. How many of those there are, I don't know. Christy, you look like you have a question. Okay, yeah, you looked very puzzled. And that's the front matter we have. I understand we have some colleagues here that can share some more information if we like about how the state is approaching collection and reporting of chronic absenteeism, but we wanted to bring the topic broadly to this task force, and you'll see on slide 41 the questions that we wanted to invite your discussion on. First and foremost, is it important, and if we get just past this, I think that's something of an accomplishment today, is it important to include this in the accountability model? Or is the current practice of collecting and reporting sufficient? And if you think that it's important to include in the state school accountability model, then we have some additional questions to pursue, and I imagine we'll want to do that accompanied by some data, and we'll take your guidance about how to approach that. But some of those questions are, does it apply to the 700 and 1,000-point models? Does it replace an indicator? Do we add it? Where do we add it? What weight? Is anytime we approach any changes to accountability, we just want to be very clear that disruptions in continuity are non-trivial. So we want to make sure that the value that we get from it warrants that cost. So that's all I have by way of setting the table for you. I would love to hear. I don't have any papers to fill out or Google Forms to fill out or any clever devices. We just want to open the floor for your voices.
I think if you are a school or school district, I think if you are a school or school district like mine that already struggles with trying to incentivize parents to get their children there during the months of October and November, this is going to be a problem. And the reason why I say that, because I'm at an elementary school, and if the parents don't bring them, or when they do bring them, it's about 10 o'clock, 11, and that's on a, and that's at least 2 to 3 times a week. So I think it would be detrimental to those who are already struggling with chronic absenteeism. So that data would need to be presented to see if it's going to be a vast majority that this will be a negative impact on them. And I was explaining to my colleague here, I said, I remember when I was coming up through school, 3 tardies was an absence, and 12 absences, you failed. When we got away from holding parents accountable in this area, and because like right now, we went the whole year without a truancy officer. That's another can of worms. So where's the accountability? I feel that it'll be something more negatively impacted on us, and it'll be one of those added stresses to where parents like, okay, well, so that's just.
Here, because we want you on your soapbox. Soapboxes are encouraged.
What I was gonna say was just what she ended with. In my 3 districts, in my experience, this truancy officer thing is just not working because the turnover, I have a different person enforcing my truancy like every 2 or 3 months. And I know there was something in the legislature about districts. I mean, they'll provide the funding, but districts being able to hire our own people that we can hold accountable when they did not pass. I think we got another level of support needed before we can strongly at the district level implement this particular thing before we can even consider it. Because my team, we are not proponents of change and accountability.
When you consider the fact that sometimes the support needed even to approach this topic, you're really dealing more so with your parents, especially in your K-8. It's a totally different thing in high schools. But when you are not seeing very much support from, your youth court judges and that kind of process that's going to help you have teeth to really even, it's not that we are not doing everything that we can to get children to come to school, but we are struggling with factors that are far beyond what we can manage and what we have control over. And I don't know how now we can control the environment in the classroom and the instructional models that people are following and how they're teaching and what they're teaching. But when you start talking about something like this, that we really, in your best situation, it's raining today, we're not coming. Or it's the first of the month, we just got the check, we're not coming. All those kinds of things that you cannot control. And you don't have support when they become truant, and then there's not even a petition filed because you don't have a truancy officer. And we don't have the authority to go file it ourselves. And so when you put this into a model that's going to hold us responsible for something that we cannot really respond to appropriately, it's unfair. And it's probably not the best way to get friends in regards to this kind of thing. I'm just being honest. It's a sore spot for me simply because we're doing everything we can. We have parents that, we go to the homes. Now, we're back doing home visits while we couldn't do it because you didn't want to go to the house and you didn't know, people coughing on you, that kind of thing. But we're back just trying to, you can't teach empty seats. We need them there. And we're doing what we can with the resources we have to get them to school, and still struggling with the thing that nobody really wants to deal with. This is a parent issue. It seriously is. And of course, I know there are things you can incentivize. You can, have all your rallies, and we've used the information from the attendance works. They got great stuff. We even have it translated in Spanish. And we're excited about that, but it's still not making people come to school. It rained today. I know what the attendance looked like. And so that's just my 10 cents. I know it's extremely important, and we're doing all we can within our rights. And then even if you do get in front of a judge, and I got a couple of stars around that, and then it's just one of those things where it's no fine, there's no anything, like you got to do better and all this kind of stuff. And you're going, it's 32 days missed of school. We're going to do better? And we're in front of a person in a black robe. And you're thinking, here we go. I just need you to just send a message to one. Don't send them to jail, but fine them, do something. And when you absent of that, and we're sitting there going, and then within 2 days, they're absent again. That's just what we're dealing with.
I think what has been said is correct. I totally agree with them.
And I would argue we are already held accountable through funding, which is attached to attendance. Mic drop.
When this issue first came up, there's some interest of some groups that are interested, including chronic absenteeism and the accountability model. I really felt like I was not very knowledgeable about this issue and how it affects districts and what districts can do to affect it. So, like, one of the questions that I have, and I have for the task force, we have Dr. Tail, our Executive Director of Dropout Prevention, in the room. But what do districts need from the state? What do you need from the Department of Education? Where can we improve to help you affect chronic absenteeism? If it's not in the accountability model, then what will change? What can we do to change it? Is there a better resources that we can provide?
I was trying to be quiet because I'm so passionate about this. It's irritating. I've dealt with it it's not an unusual problem for me, but it has become a problem. But I have this particular family. They came to me and I had to read it right. This child had missed 56 days of school the first semester. And so I decided this was going to be my project. I was going to make them come to school. I mean, I'm almost a stalker. Call where they didn't pick them up. The bus didn't come by. I know the bus came by. One day I was so put out, I went to the house, put the child in my car, and drove to central office and said, I got this child in my car. I just want to let you know I'm not supposed to do that, but I'm proving the point. You're going to come to school. It's important. You're going to come to school. It's not a child issue. The child wants to come to school. It's a parent issue because she has 5 children at home that she wants her to watch the kids while she sleeps. So you're dealing with issues like that. So when you talk about parent problem, well, it continued. She didn't show up for school for the past 2 weeks. I called the truancy officer. They said they're waiting for a court date. Well, how long does it take to wait for a court date? And then she said, well, why don't you call the judge yourself? Okay, so now I'm doing this. So I call the judge. Now, I'm a high-performing school, so I can imagine what other schools are dealing with. And I think we're all quite tired of doing PBIS parties and attach attendance to it. We have enough of the behavior and the academics. It just seems, and I'm just going to stop because I'm going to get on my soapbox, but it just seems like there's just more put on us when I do really feel like the issue could be solved easily by holding parents accountable. I have some parents, they're not going to make their kids do anything if there's not a grade attached to it. We had to attach a grade to AR because they weren't even going to make them read, okay? So we had to attach a percentage towards their goal. It worked when, like she brought up earlier, it worked with my own parents. Renee, you better get to school because you only have so many days you can miss or whatever. I'm not sure that's the only way I see solving it, but there is no enforcement. The truancy officers, like you said, there's a lot of turnover. I'm not really sure what's going on there. I do have a good truancy officer. I think she's just overloaded with the amount of schools that she has. So I'm going to be quiet now.
Am I able to speak? Can y'all hear me?
Oh, I think there may be somebody on the webinar who needs to mute.
We can hear you.
Oh.
I'm sorry, I had a question only because we just, in my district, we just met with our youth court judge because exactly what the others were stating, we didn't know what was going on. It became a surprise to the judge because when she gave us her data, she stated 2 years ago in our district, well, in the surrounding area, we're in Washington County, she had 300 cases. She said this year, as of January, she only had 1. So we asked, what was the issue? She did state that when they had a meeting with a state, whoever is over the truancy office at the state level, stated that they originally last year were supposed to go to a procedure in which all of the cases would be assigned to the youth court side, because right now the truancy officer has two decisions. They can either assign the case to the youth court side or they can assign it to the criminal side. But here's the catch. The youth court side means that they have to do backtracking. They have to do check-ins. They have to constantly go to the parent. The parent has to be checked in. So that means a lot more work. Whereas on the criminal side, they get a fine, they're done. So she found out that the truancy officers were holding, in our area, was holding all of the letters and the cases until May. Then they were assigned them to the judge, but they're assigned it to the criminal side. That meant we were not getting any correspondence whatsoever. This conversation was had with someone that, guess what, retired when the school year started. So now whoever is now taking that seat, they have to start their process all over again. So I'm in agreement with everyone else when it comes to the accountability not being the school, but that of the parent. But because we have that disconnect with truancy, I wouldn't vote for any kind of accountability also to be with chronic absenteeism. So just my 2 cents.
Thank you for that. So I hear you loud and clear that, well, and again, I think it's important that we hear your voice. This is why you're here. We value that. And I just want to say back some of the things I'm hearing because we want to get it in the notes and make sure that we capture your perspectives. There's not support for it because there's high level of skepticism that the schools have the ability to influence it in ways that are particularly important when we're talking about accountability. I heard at least one person say it would foster more negative feedback about the accountability system. My guess is the accountability system doesn't need more negative feedback. That it would be a misuse of resources, and that there's already some levers for accountability in place via funding. And we've heard a number of compelling perspectives about the problems and really moving the needle in a positive direction because of a lot of outside support that's not there in the way that we hope that it would be. That said, I hear many of you say we acknowledge very firmly that this is important, that chronic absenteeism, we can do everything we can to address it, but rolling it into accountability is not something there's support for reasons that I just described and that you all gave voice to very well. I really appreciate Alan's question then, which is there anything that you can think of as advice to the state for ways that you can get more support? Is there more information you need, resources? How can the state be a partner, and other ways to support student attendance?
Hi, Chris. This is Marla Davis. Can you hear me?
Oh, Dr. Davis? Yeah, we can hear you, Dr. Davis.
Hi, how are you all today? I wanted to just double tap on a conversation that started after lunch. There was one of your committee members that mentioned the opportunity for the State Department to have a little more of a celebratory nature when it comes to those districts that may not be as either your top 10 or your bottom 10. I know we showcase those a lot, but I think one of the things that we may want to consider at the State Department is for those districts that are meeting a particular benchmark as it relates to improving their chronic absenteeism over time. That may be one way that we could showcase those districts that are doing well in this particular area. I am taking notes as well, where I have heard the task members mention that they don't want to see this in the accountability model. So I just wanted to make sure I did kind of share that I did hear that and juxtapose that with this piece here that Alan asked.
Thank you, Dr. Davis.
And to answer the question, if we could some kind of way, the state continue to provide the funding, but we had more control over the process and those individuals who, I guess they apply with the MDE and they get hired through MDE and they assign to us. If we had, in my situation, if I had my own people that I hired that had the same vision for my school district as I do, and they become a part of my vision, I can hold them accountable for doing the job, and that's what I think we are missing from a district standpoint. We don't have any control over the process.
So, do you anticipate that will be reviewed in the next budget? Session to continue to get.
I'm sorry. Good afternoon. I do believe that we will be having some conversation around how to look at some of the issues that are surrounding that. But sir, what we're doing now, anytime we hire someone in the district, we're trying to get a district personnel to be on the interviewing team where they can have some buy-in to the process. So we are trying to include the schools into this process until some other things change. But there will be some conversation centered around how things should look, and hopefully we can get some support, and hopefully superintendents will also be at the table when the discussion is taking place. I can't tell you. I don't know. Yeah.
I mean, I know, wasn't there a pay increase?
Yes.
For them, and then I think there was just maybe some, and Dr. Davis, correct me if I'm wrong, there may have been an opinion that there may be another place that they belong or could fit in the structure within the state that's not MDE nor the school district. Is that, was that?
Yes, I can't tell you why the bill was not successful, but it was a part of a bill, and there's a pay increase. Because as you mentioned, I'm on the go, but the salary is an issue, is a concern, as well as the caseloads for each of the SAO officers. So it is a huge turnaround. So we are trying to work with them individually and try to keep in contact with what's going on.
Has there been any conversation around moving the age where students can drop out of school from 17 to 18?
And we're going to start those conversations. So I can't tell you what the conversation is at this point because he just is here. But I will tell you that he's very interested in this. This is one of his priorities. So there will be conversations.
The longer we meet, the more the technology starts to, yeah, it's tired, that's good. I don't know that we need to stay on this topic longer. I will, it was like, thanks, Captain Obvious, yeah, yeah, understatement of the day. But it's, yeah, your voice is important, and it's important even when there's very strong and succinct agreement, because we can get that in the notes and we can make sure that your perspectives are communicated. Then we're left with only one other thing today, which is our tradition of hearing from the members about the priorities that you would like us to pursue in future meetings. So I would just invite us to go around the horn. Maybe we'll start on this. Is it LaToya? Maybe LaToya could start us off, and we'll just go around the table. And if you don't have anything to offer, that's okay. But if you have an idea for a topic, whether it's one that you think we talked about today that needs to come back again, or another topic altogether that you would like to advise us to consider, we want to make sure we hear your priorities.
Yeah, I believe I mentioned this earlier. I think it's worth exploring the certifications or the endorsements for the high school graduation. You're right, technology's done it. The CTE, the academic endorsement, and the English endorsement, and incentivizing them in some nature.
I don't know if my team want me to bring this up, but, and I'm not a fan of changing the model. I'm just saying. That was just a question. This is a question. I really don't know if I'm asking y'all to have too much thought into this or not. I may hate that I mentioned this, but I don't understand, and I know that there was some talks and issues at one point about not testing students in U.S. history, and I'm not saying that I'm for or against it. All I'm saying is, why is it at 11th grade? And you have all these ELA math assessments from elementary all the way through. You got science at the 3 different levels, and then you got history. I'm not saying add 2 additional history tests. I'm just asking, why is it at the 11th grade? Why is it not 8th grade? Why is it not at the 700-point schools? Why is it at the high school? Does it have to stay there? And I'm not saying we don't want to teach history and test history. I'm just asking, why is it right there in that spot and with no accountability outside of testing or outside of our normal curriculum for teaching and preparing students before the 11th grade? Now, I don't know where I want us to go with that, but that was just my burning question.
I want us to think about a more systemic way of adding SEL in our schools and really being intentional about the emotional needs of our students, not necessarily adding it into the accountability model, but really focusing on the needs of our students aside from academics.
I think everyone knows what I would like us to look at in its growth, whether it's a 3C or skipping 2 levels and making it 1.5 or something different than a 1.25, since if you go from a 4 to a 5, you get 1.25 points. But if you go from a 1 to a 3, you still just get 1.25. Look how much they've grown, you know. So those are what I would really like to first look at.
I really don't know what I walked in on, so I'm gonna let everybody else know that. What is the question? I didn't hear the question.
Your opinion next time.
Oh, okay. So next topic, piggybacking off what the young lady just said concerning the SEL of the students. I think we should look at building the capacity of the teachers as well. And looking at that from both angles, because of the fact after the pandemic, once again, going on the elementary school level, I had 7 veteran teachers to retire because of the technology changes, because of they can't hug their babies anymore. And it really took a toll on, especially if you were in a district where all of a sudden you went from no devices to one-to-one to smart boards and everything else. And I don't think we addressed what that mentally and emotionally did to staff members. I'm going to leave that here.
I agree with the growth, continue to look at it. I agree with SEL component. And then I'd like for us to look at giving some kind of credit for taking a level 1 student to a 3 in science, giving a little bit of credit for that, even if it's half a point, but some kind of credit for taking a low reader higher up and getting them at least to a 3 in a science test.
First of all, appreciate the opportunity to get back together in person. We had talked about how sometimes the nature of this topic is maybe competitive, anti-collaborative, but in a setting such as this in person, especially during our breaks, et cetera, it's really good to be able to form some new relationships or get caught back up with some old ones. So appreciate that. Also, Paula, thank you for providing lunch. That's definitely a challenge that when you do get together down here. One of the things would be interesting in learning more is Christy had mentioned earlier about maybe ways to highlight what you're doing locally, but it may not be part of the model itself. And so, whether it's Christy or Chris or whoever, if y'all have seen some things in other places, maybe bringing those examples back to us so that maybe we can do a better job of telling our story, for instance, outside of just the test scores.
So I didn't get to introduce myself earlier. I was sitting over here. I wasn't at the table. My name is Raina Holmes. I'm the principal at Van Cleve High School. I like the idea that you mentioned earlier when you spoke about the schools in the bottom 10 and then the schools in the top 10. We're taught in the Mississippi Educator Code of Ethics not to put students down in front of other people, and then we go as a state and put schools down in front of the entire state. So I do like what you mentioned about, why we're putting these schools down versus, picking these schools up. So I was thinking earlier, it would be great if we could categorize schools based on maybe the number of students in the school. For example, the elementary schools with students that range from maybe 1 to 500 or 1 to 250 or however that would classify, kind of like how sports are classified, but not necessarily in the same manner of how athletics are classified, but in similar ways, free and reduced lunch, different things. So the state and each school could see how they compare to similar schools. Whereas, I may have one score, but I'm being compared to a school that only has 75 kids in their high school versus I have 750 kids in my high school. So it's, it's skewed data. And of course, the people in my community, they're the ones that attack the principal, so to speak, or the superintendent. So they don't know that. They don't see that. And I think that's important for people to know, what you're up against. So that's my 2 cents.
I echo Greg's comments. It's been really good to be together. I appreciated the group activity too. That was fun. I had 2 new ones. I said what I said earlier about SEL and emotional wellness, and I completely agree with y'all. It's so difficult, but somehow, the 2 new ones that would be, I guess, small picture things. I talked about it last time, but if there's some way we could do something about the N count for school improvement, that is such a thing. And I have numbers statewide if anybody wants those when we can get to that topic. But I looked at some things with the state release. The other one would be, I know we've talked about this in the past. I know this is federal, so this may be nothing we can do about it. I don't know. But we have all these unique situations with people that come in for this short time period, and then they're in your cohort. And it's not, they're there a month. And so I know we talked about, I don't think that if we follow the USD guidance, they're not going to let us have FAY for a cohort, but something with situations. So, like students coming that is a temporary, not even a foreign exchange thing, but a temporary month thing from another country, or CPS put them there, and you know it's just a holding place for 6 weeks. I mean, these kind of special circumstances, there's just a lot more of that happening now. So if there's something that we could do with that as well.
I'll keep it short and sweet before the microphone dies. Basically, I'd like for us to revisit, of course, the growth discussion that we've been talking about earlier today, and then also looking at some of those things that can be recognized for schools for achievement besides just that top and bottom.
Don't know that I have anything specific that hadn't already been said.
I would say this, when thinking about consistency and correlation, my thoughts have been this. I can recall when school funding, I mean, it's still a hot topic, but it was stated that it was based on a level C school. Do y'all remember that, what I'm talking about? Correct. So my question then is accountability based on everybody being a C school as well? I think we need to be able to, and of course we want to be high, but we need to be able to break that down and see that it's fair and consistency across the board, where every school district, that is
It's not 7 minutes, so it's like pleasantly surprised.
Final comments?
I just appreciate all the feedback and the input. We may not enact everything that's discussed in the task force meetings, but, know that your input is very valuable to us and helps us as a department to make better policy. Hopefully, with the big goal being student achievements.
As always, we appreciate Deborah had to step out. She spent the majority of the day with us, but needed to go to another meeting. And our colleagues that are participating via Teams and have been with us today, we appreciate y'all being here to support the work on the agenda today.
Thank you all. It's a really productive day. It's an honor to have a seat at the table with you all. Great conversations. Learned a lot from you. We only bring the hard stuff to this room. I mean, only the challenging questions or what we say for these folks. So thank you very much. And I expect you'll hear from us soon about our next meeting. We have a lot of things to follow up on, and we'll get to work and you'll hear us. In person or our tradition has to be in person. There's a reason.
Let's say, I'm ready to be in person. I'm just going to, I think I'm going to say the 10th. 19th, I mean, they go in with at least.
Yes, yeah.
Without an assistant, right? So, it's never time to get the best ball on this. If you just have jobs, like those out, they're doing it. Thank you. Thank you. Nice to meet you. We know assessment is, taking off as well. We've already been.
The best thing to do is just all these rules. And then you want to go to lunch. Quickly before we scatter, can we look at calendars for future meetings? I think we'd be looking at early to mid-April. Scary. When is it going back? I'm going to back. It's going to be after April 5th.
So.
That's what I'm saying.
What about?
It's not you. So I think I got to go over. I'm not comfortable. How challenging Dr. Dawn is. And you see. Your priority. Those weddings, yeah.
24th of April. It's a Monday, which I'm sure would excite anybody.
That does not excite them.
That's because the TAC is the 27th, 28th. I'd love to do it with this next TAC.
Like the 26th.
I got a Savannah TAC. What's that?
Oh, priority schools.
Mississippi. This is further out than I would want, but May 1st or 2nd. We're just kind of Arizona.
All these other states are not in Florida, come on. Let them play seriously with them.
And
It's hard. Maybe it's more than maybe.
Okay, that's a good question. Anything that, I don't really know of anything that we've talked about as our next priorities to evaluate, would even have any chance of going into effect for this current school year. I mean, one of the things that we have continuously communicated with the field that we want to give ample notice to districts, regarding any change. So I feel like any changes that we might make to the growth component or any of the other topics that you mentioned today would not be in the calculations, that would go to the board in the fall of 2030. So we're looking at the start of the next. Which one's
April 7th, which we say with some hesitation, because that's Good Friday. I don't know. Is it sensitive? Well, let's go back. I know there's just degrees of objectionableness here. So what about, I mean, so many people reacted against the 10th or 11th. Is that off the table altogether?
10th or 11th was what?
April.
10th is still, 10th, I'll be on, it's still, so it's Easter Monday.
11th?
I don't know. I can make it works for me.
No. Let's drop the gavel on that. So April 11th. And we're gonna hold out hope that we'll be back and building that. We should. Or maybe it comes through this.
Maybe that it's opening second. Is it that day? Does it start testing after that day?
Yeah. Don't even test on the first day the window opens. We don't ever test on the first day. No, so y'all all let it crash. We'll test somebody else. Oh, it's 9 a.m. is appreciated. It's a huge difference getting here at 9 compared to 8 or 8:30 miles away. It's a huge difference. So thank y'all.
Even from Madison County.
You know the traffic.
I was thinking about those.
Six, we met 6 versus 5.
I know every one of you made, I still been here, so it's appreciated.
Thank you all. Oh, great. That was helpful. Have a great afternoon. Safe traffic.